closing certain loopholes that we've talked about many times. We'll lose. He thinks the people of North Carolina think the food tax is a good tax. So we've really got a job coming up if that's the road that we have to travel. Let me talk briefly about unemployment compensation, because that's a fast-moving area. And I've been somewhat disappointed with the response of the General Assembly to the real needs that we have in changing our unemployment compensation law. Wilbur, with the assistance of the National AFL-CIO, drafted legislation that allows North Carolina to participate in the federal funds, extending benefits for people who are unemployed. And we did, working with some legislators that we don't often work with, make some changes on the 1-week waiting period and on allowing people who are working full-time, who are also students, to be covered under the unemployment compensation system. There are two possibilities that still loom as fairly good bets. The Lieutenant Governor is interested in perhaps changing the formula under which the number of weeks is determined for which an unemployed worker is eligible for unemployment compensation, and increasing it. You know, it went last year from 26 weeks down to 13 to 26 weeks based on a very complicated formula. Well, they're interested in increasing that formula so that workers will get unemployment compensation longer. The other idea being kicked around, and one that I'm pressing very hard on because a number of states do this, is giving people who are unemployed an additional allotment depending on the number of dependents that they have. And I think that that's an idea that's popular, and we can politically, and we can sell it on the grounds that people with families really do need to be helped in this time. I want to skip over or speak just very briefly about utilities. The work that you all did in getting people to come to Raleigh on the 28th of January was vital. The General Assembly now is ready to make some reforms in utilities. And there are two packages, really. One which has already gone through the Senate, an omnibus utilities package that, number one, gets rid of the future test period. Number two, expands the Utilities Commission so that they can do their work much faster by dividing into panels of 3. And number three, gets rid of the pass-through fossil fuel adjustment without a hearing. The second package that is being developed in the Senate, and one that I've worked considerably on, is going to include two things, I hope. One is in determining how much money the utility needs to get a rate of return on. In other words, what's their investment? Switching from what they call fair value, which is a subject that you can debate forever. Switching from fair value to the original cost. And we know what the original cost of utility companies was, so that gets rid of a whole lot of testimony. And this will be the real reform, in my opinion, that might come out of this General Assembly. The other thing is, one of our great friends in the General Assembly, Ruth Cook, has proposed a bill that requires that before they cut your electricity off, they send you a registered letter, rather a certified letter. And that bill is going to have a great deal of trouble getting through the General Assembly because people see it as a bill that is going to protect black folks and poor folks, but wealthy folks don't get their electricity cut off. So we're going to need an awful lot of mail and interest in that particular bill, Ruth Cook's bill on utility disconnects. I'm working with the Attorney General's office now, and they're drafting regulations for employment agencies. In my opinion, this will not be passed by this General Assembly, but it's a kind of thing that we need to get in the hopper so that maybe next year or the following session someplace down the road, action will be taken on this, in this area. I have a file this thick of incredible horror stories of people who have been absolutely gypped by private employment agencies. We've been sending the legislative bulletin out, and if you know of people who should be getting the legislative bulletin, please send their names in to Brenda Burnett, one of the secretaries in our office. Send them in to me, because communicating what's happening in the General Assembly is about the only way that we can hope to get enough letters written, enough telephone calls made to move some things through the General Assembly. Let me mention something that I'm very proud of. The Institute of Politics, which is a organization that trains young folks in the nuts and bolts of political activity, has chosen as one of its fellows, one of 20 fellows, a fellow named James Andrews, who comes out of John Russell's union. He's a meat cutter and works in a pickle plant in North Carolina, and directed our Front Lash project last year. James Andrews was selected for that school, which will run for about 6 months every other weekend. And a guy who ran for Congress, Steve Ritchie, from the 6th Congressional District, was not selected for that institute. So that I think the Front Lash program is developing a kind of a leadership that we can really be proud of, and is going to make a difference in terms of our political activities, and I think that that's really fun. They've asked me to serve on the board of directors of that institute, and I think that we can guarantee that we will have direct input every year into who is selected for that series of seminars. Many of you were at the Sir Walter Hotel yesterday, where we had the wind-up of the meeting for the League for Industrial Democracy. This was a meeting of about 100 young people, mostly from North Carolina, some from other states, that got together for really what was a pep-up session about organized labor. They learned something, but mostly they got enthusiastic. I want to share with you one moment in that institute that was absolutely invaluable to us. We had maybe 90 young folks, about half of them black, half of them white, sitting in a large circle. And one of the girls, who is a very highly polished speaker, was talking, and I had asked the lieutenant governor to come by just to say a few words. Told him it would be a terrific thrill for the kids to meet the lieutenant governor. And he came in and sat down, and this girl winded up her talk, and here were these 80 people sitting around, or 90 people sitting around, and he said just a few words. But afterwards, I talked to him, and he knows that if we can get 90 young people to really pay attention about North Carolina politics, that he's going to have to pay more attention to us. And it was really the most valuable moment, I think, in terms of practical effect that institute had, and one of the moments that I thought was the high point of my work with the AFL-CIO. I think we made an impact on Jim Hunt. The Weekend Institute, most of you know about it. Those of you who don't, I have some memos that were written by the president, and they'll be here for you to pick them up. Let me just leave them here. They're coming up in this next month, and I hope that you all will try to find people who have not been necessarily involved in leadership positions to come to those institutes, so that we can get them excited about the labor movement. We've had a number of press conferences and newsletters. That's wrong. Shouldn't read newsletters, news conferences in the last 3 months. I won't go over all of them. One that was very important, I felt, was the last one that I've listed there, having to do with the Goals and Policies Committee of the state. The Goals and Policies Committee of the state came out and said, in effect, that we need to examine, the state needs to examine the relationship between the low per capita income in the state and the lack of collective bargaining. so that we've got, in some sense, through the work that Wilbur Hobby did the year before when he was on that council, we've got the state thinking in terms of long-range needs to aid us in our work. And I think that that's a very important development. We've applied for 2 grants, one to the North Carolina Humanities Commission, and those of you who are presidents of central labor unions got a letter about this. What we hope to do with that grant money is to set up a series of forums in as many areas as express interest, to bring speakers in to talk on union topics. These speakers have to be college professors, but we can choose who the college professors are, so that we will have pro-union speakers coming into as many areas as we can, talking to union members, talking to members of the community, and getting across the great problems that workers in this state face because they haven't been organized, generally speaking. The second proposal is to the National Endowment for the Arts, and we're hoping to get $20,000 from them to have written a history of organized labor in this state, something that we don't have yet. We need it very desperately, and we are going to hopefully have the Institute for Southern Studies, a very friendly group located in Chapel Hill, do the actual writing and editing of that study. In order to expedite things, let me just skip down to number 9 and talk about the OSHA project that we have underway. We've located about 60 minutes of film that shows violations, OSHA violations, in both private and public facilities in this state. And I think for the first time, we're going to edit that film, and for the first time, we're going to be able to say to Brother Creel, now look, here are the violations, we've got them on film, and we're going to try to show this to the general public through educational television, whatever methods we can. But once and for all, we'll be able to document, finally, the terrible kinds of OSHA requirements and OSHA enforcement that is a part of the fabric of this state. Now I want to talk about the last point just for a second. Weaver Chapman came into my office a month or 2 ago and said, we've got a friendly radio station that it wants to have about 15 minutes a week to hear from organized labor. I said, Weaver, we'll get you a weekly radio program, 15 minutes a week. We haven't been able to do that yet for a variety of technical reasons and simply for the press of time. But when we do it, we're going to make copies for every central labor union, and we're going to send them to you and hope that you will go to radio stations and ask that these programs be aired on a weekly basis, because under the fairness doctrine, we have a right to have our opinions expressed and our ideas talked about on the public airwaves. Bob Lloyd, I don't know whether Bob's here, from Winston-Salem, asked that I come into Winston-Salem and talk to the principals in order to try to set up a program with them whereby John Newman and others in the Winston-Salem area can go on a regular basis into high school classes and talk to high school students about labor history, and about what organized labor is like in North Carolina and on a national level. And so far, that project hasn't really gotten rolling, but I think that's a vitally important one. And if we can get the Winston-Salem Central Labor Union deeply involved in going into every high school class, every high school history and economics class, and giving our point of view, Maybe we can get it going in some of these other central labor unions. I know many of you are already doing this, but we need to do it on a systematic basis. If there are questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions, research and education department's report? If not, thank you, Chris. It's getting almost to be lunchtime. We do have a couple of people who came in. I think I'll introduce them, and then we'll break for lunch. We'll be ready to eat just as soon as you can get ready. What did they say on the letter?
It's been verified it is union lettuce.
I saw him putting lettuce on the table, and I sent Roger back there because I told a man if it wasn't farm worker lettuce, not union lettuce, Teamster lettuce, not
Well, I
union
described
lettuce.
union lettuce with the black Aztec eagle. He said it was on the carton.
Okay. Okay,
So if it
you
ain't
done
right-
good. We have a legislative intern working with us this year also, and he's with us for now. I don't know how long he's gonna be with us. Arnott Walker. Arnott, stand up and let the board and the central body president. Arnott, as part of his college work, is serving from now to June, is it? From now to June as a legislative intern, and he's really learning how to be a handyman around the AFL-CIO building, but he's also getting a lot of his work in the legislature and in the labor movement, and he was an intern for the Greensboro Central Labor Union last year.
Well, but there's been some additional staff.
Yeah, the AFL-CIO staff, at least 3 of them have come in after the director got here. And I'd like to introduce the AFL-CIO staff who are here. Hollis Hales from Western North Carolina. Stand up, Hollis. Hollis, paper worker. How'd you recognize him?
Fuzzy face.
Somebody told me.
Not only that, he's late.
Curtis Bullock from the AFL-CIO staff in the Raleigh area. Curtis has been helping us a whole lot getting this affiliation report ready, and so when we give you that after lunch, you'll see some of the hard work he's done on it. And Ray Snell, all of you know Ray from the Wilmington area.
One thing you gotta admit, when you look at the 3 of us, why not better looking than them 2 ugly guys? Isn't that the ugliest thing you ever seen?
I might have to call a point of order, yeah. All right, I think we're gonna have a lot of business this afternoon. We're gonna adjourn now and eat, and at lunch, we've got a luncheon speaker, Walter Stein from History Dut, and we're going to have probably one proposal. As you know, the executive board of the state AFL-CIO is the executive board of the North Carolina Labor Council for History Dut here. And we need, in my opinion, we need to expand that board to include the members of the advisory council, which are the Central Labor Union presidents also. So we'll take that up during our luncheon period. Roger has an announcement, I guess. Everyone present is invited for lunch. If we don't have enough places, we'll get some. Pat?
May the staff be excused for the afternoon session since we've given our reports and most of it we take out things that we can't vote on anyway?
If you're going down to the office and work.
Well, I thought maybe since I had worked for a week and a half, I'd take the afternoon off.
Maybe I ought to take the day off. I work 2 weeks. All right, that's fine, Pat, if you want to be excused. All right, we'll break it, if you will, maybe wash up and come back in as quick as you can.
Just a minute. If the executive board will, you have a voucher included in your kit. If you're going to claim expenses and all, give us that voucher as soon as you can. We'll try to have those checks available for you this afternoon. And we've also been advised that Eddie G, most of you know Eddie. Eddie has obligated American Income Life to provide a little hospitality tonight, and Wilbur's the only one that has a suite to my knowledge. Eddie didn't have one, so Wilbur has given them permission to put their liquor in his room.
Eddie, do you have it already?
No, I just, I will.
I thought they might want one before lunch. I don't want them to have but one. I got almost a fifth of bourbon. I bet if somebody wants a drink, we'll let,
I'm headed for the ABC store.
we'll let somebody go up to 406. We'll be back to eat in 10 minutes.
Ray knows where it's at.
How do you know where it's at, Ray?
Somebody drew me a map.
Can we just leave this stuff right here?
Ray, you probably have to crawl back up there. Yeah, you can leave your stuff right here. We're going to eat in the back and come right back up here.
Hello, Eddie. How you doing, buddy?
I have a serious problem.
I will come back and get a report. He did ask for a second.
Tell him why.
And he did pay $17.50 when he told me not to.
The first order of business in the afternoon session is the report of the VIP director from Eastern North Carolina, Ms. Ronnie Enrufty. Ronnie?
Does each of the board members have a copy of the report? I have some extra ones here.
We don't have yours, Ronnie.
Okay,
I think she
Just-
passed them out on the table.
just give them out until they give out. Does everybody have one now that they can at least look on with, and I'll sort of go over it, and if you have any questions, you can ask as I go along. You don't have anything you could look on? Okay. Since the last executive board meeting on December the 13th, my activities have been the following. I've attended the CLU legislative suppers or breakfasts for Fayetteville, Wilmington, Jacksonville, Plymouth, Roanoke Rapids, Goldsboro, and Newbern. And all of them were, I thought, very successful with the exception of Roanoke Rapids. Our people turned out very poorly there. I worked on deletions back from the newspaper and deleted bad addresses or helped getting the members on the list, which I could obtain from different locals, and we certainly still need lists from any locals that you might know that haven't sent in correct addresses. I've checked cards at boards of elections on some of the new addresses in about 5 different counties. I've met with the officers of 4 different locals on affiliating with the North Carolina State AFL-CIO and the central body in their area, and so far 2 have done so, and I'd like to add also that Curtis Bullock has been very instrumental in helping with local affiliation. I attended Robert Morgan's reception in Washington, D.C., and then I was called to Wilmington to help organize the housewives down there against CP&L. And they were really upset about their highlight bills, and they wanted somebody that knew a little bit about how to get things together, and I'm glad they thought that was me. I'd like to make one remark about that particular thing. I think that people, you know, everywhere have knocked organized labor for a long time, and it did me good to know that organization. So I think that was a star in the labor movement's crown. I've held 16 WAD workrooms and attended 14 CLU meetings. I've worked with the committees at Roanoke Rapids on code and legislation, trying to keep them busy and interested until they can get a contract with J.P. Stevens. I'd like to elaborate on that one a little bit, because there's a bunch of people up there that we don't see any hope of them getting a contract, but they're very interested, and what we've tried to do is to keep them interested and so that they won't lose the faith. I've also helped with the J.P. Stevens campaign in Wallace, and there I house visited and we gave out leaflets 3 times a day, and that's pretty rough, you know, morning at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and at midnight. I attended the COPE staff meetings with Wilbur, Roger, and Pat. I attended a Democratic function in Winston-Salem. I attended the legislative breakfast for the legislative committees and legislators who did not attend the one in their area at the time we held that. I've lobbied at the General Assembly whenever it was possible. I attended the hearing at the Utilities Commission and the rally at the state capitol. I attended the AFL-CIO Labor Study Center in Silver Springs, Maryland for 1 week. The courses were tremendous, and leadership skills that were taught will be most valuable in our labor movement in North Carolina. I've read and studied materials on ERA United and the Women's Political Caucus. And the weekend that the Women's Political Caucus was held, I could not make it because my son had gotten hurt that weekend, so I did not get to go to that. I also attended the J.P. Stevens rally in Wallace and tore up my car on the way. I attended CWA Legislative Banquet and Reception, and that was very interesting and nice. And then at the end, I've got, each time I report, I cannot stress enough how much the volunteers and the CLU officers mean to the progress of the North Carolina AFL-CIO. Sometimes I have to attend something else that is important to the labor movement, and they continue to carry on their work with the minimum of instructions over the phone. I would also like to thank Ray Snell and Curtis Bullock for the tremendous jobs that they are doing on motivating and affiliations. Respectfully submitted, Ronnie and Rusty.
You've heard Ronnie's report. Is there any discussion or questions on it? If not, the report is accepted as given. Thank you, Ronnie.
No questions, no interest.
That's not a quite fair statement. Next item on the agenda is the Area COPE Director, Clem Dollar. Clem?
Thank you, Brother Wilbur. We've been here this morning. You've heard lots of reports, and I haven't heard the first story yet. I'm wondering whether the state of the economy and worries and the problems that we all have has got us, our minds so thinking in that line and trying to do things as we should be for our people that we just don't hear the stories or talk about them. I heard one in Kentucky last week that I would share with you about 3 doctors in a conversation together, one a Russian, one a German, and one an American doctor. And the Russian doctor said, "We have performed the greatest operation since the beginning of mankind." And the other 2 said, "What was it?" And he said, "We took a bone out of a chicken and we grafted it into a man's right arm, and he had no use of that arm before, and now his arm is okay, and that man is out seeking employment." And the German doctor said, "We've got one better than that." He said, "What did you do?" He said, "We took a bone out of a calf's leg and we grafted it into a man's right leg, and that man had no use of that leg before, and now he's walking on that leg and he is out seeking employment." And the American says, "We got one much better than that." And they said, "What did you do?" He said, "We took a jackass out of California, put him in the White House, and now he's got 10 million men out seeking employment." You all do a fine job in this state on the COPE program. Your president, being a COPE director before he became your president, does an outstanding job, I think, on literature, getting the literature to you all and mailing it out, probably better than most states' AFL-CIOs in the country. One of the things that we're still short on in North Carolina is the subscriptions for the memo from COPE. Now, you all are the top leaders, and if I was to ask you how many receive it, I'm sure that everyone here would raise your hand that you do receive it. However, we're way behind other states on the number of subscriptions, and it shouldn't be that way. Who's at fault? I don't blame anybody, probably myself more than anybody else, although we continue to talk about it. It costs $1 a year, comes out twice a month, and it has the very best information that you can get for your members. Now, what Al Barkin wants us as staff people to do is to ask you to plug the memo in your central body meetings, in all of the meetings that you have, and don't try to get people just to take the dollar and volunteer. Get local unions to pay for it, for their officers, their executive boards, and shop stewards. If we do that all over the country, this will be a success, and that's what we need to do. Naturally, every one of them has got a order blank. We want the $1. Your two WAD directors in this state have agreed to plug this, and anytime you can get $1 from a member, have them to fill this out, give it to one of your WAD directors. They will mail it in for you and follow through to see that you get it. On raising COPE dollars, Roger mentioned that this morning, and frankly, we're worried about COPE dollars in North Carolina. We got a real right to be. We haven't done the job we should have in the past, and now, because of the actions of your legislature last year, we've got to raise volunteer dollars to elect your legislature. And so we believe that it is serious. We don't know how you're going to divide up that money that you get. How are you going to do it when you must have the hard money to elect your congressmen and senators and what money you work on in the '76 presidential election? And then again, you must use those same kind of free dollars to elect your legislators. It's a problem. Needs to be some study done on it, some planning, because you have some good congressmen from this state. Some good. Very good, I would say. And we need to save those and keep them. We need to defeat some of the bad ones and put good ones in their place. And of course, you know, it takes money to do so. Traditionally, we've done very well in receiving money here, hard money for your COPE-endorsed candidates, but it's going to be harder in the future, in my opinion, because of not being able to raise it as much because of the new law that went into effect. One of the pieces of legislation that the COPE, National COPE Committee works on in lobbying in Congress, very little bit do we do. Our job is to work with you all on getting people identified, getting people registered, and getting the vote out on election day. But there is one that Director Al Barkin and our staff works on lobbying, and that is national postcard registration. It passed the Senate last year. Both senators from North Carolina voted against it. It's coming up again this year, and we must have enough to override a cloture vote, and we believe we will. The bill has already been introduced in the House. It is, and I'd like you to take a note on this, the number of the bill, if you will, H.R. 1686. H.R. 1686. It was introduced by Congressman Hayes from Ohio on January the 20th, and we expect it to come up for a vote early in April. How important is it? Just this important. Last year, there was only 38% of the eligible voters, and in the registration laws in a lot of places that people doesn't go to the trouble to get registered. In Cleveland, Ohio, we have members that must drive 12 miles of city traffic, pay at least $1 to park, go in and register between 9 and 5 in the evening, Monday through Friday. You know what that means. They got to take time off of work in order to get registered. The postcard registration would make it possible for our people to get out of their mailbox a card, fill it out, put it back in the mailbox, and when it's processed, they would then be registered to vote. And so you'll find us plugging for that. Last week while I was in Washington, I did a little work, and for those of you that's in the 6th District, I can give you some good news there. Our Congressman, Richardson Pryor, voted against it last year. And now we have some experience as to how good this thing is, and I gave him that experience. In Minnesota, the governor there says virtually no fraud with postcard registration. In New Jersey, no fraud, much easier to do. 80% of Maryland now is on postcard registration, and it cut the cost of registering a person from $1.12 down to 49 3/10 cents per person. And these are true figures. They can be proven, and they're impressive. Congressman Pryor said that he wouldn't find it hard to switch his vote and vote for it this year. You had one, Charlie Rose, voted for it last year, and we're sure that he will vote again. We're asking you to write your congressman and ask him to vote for H.R. 1686. We believe it will pass in this session. What the president does with it, we don't know. He's been opposed to getting the majority of our people registered to vote. So you can just about guess what he might do. I can tell you this, if we get it passed and Gerald Ford vetoes it, we're going to be working to override his veto so that we can get most people in this country registered to vote. Thank you very much.
I don't guess there's any questions of CLIR, is there?
What'd you say, Claire?
Let me say we've got a great deal of material today that we want to give the members of the executive board and the members of the advisory council who did not attend the weekend school, which we just had this weekend with the Central Labor Unions. There's a great deal of information on some very important things to you and your members. We don't have time to really go into great detail about them, but I want to go through what we've got here and give it to you in order that you'll be very briefly acquainted with it. And I'm going to ask you to take it back to your room or take it back to your home when you leave here and study it and put it into use for the trade union movement in this state. If I could have a little bit of assistance from a few of the board members to take and give this material out that we have on the front table up here. If one of you will just come up and get one pile and pass it out, and then another one, another pile, just throw a few of each on the tables. We'll try to get it out as quick as we can. Yeah, Lloyd, those, yeah, I want, they are different months, so each one, take one at a time. Yeah, Jim, how about you getting these out? They went to Central. Yeah, take one of these piles. These are different months. I don't know where people will want it, but it traces the unemployment situation that has developed. Yeah, it goes out to. They're different months. EA? Water? Do you have the February trends?
Damn, now I know how to let her carry it. No, I think that's probably got it right now. Yeah, I think right now.
I got the record out in my car.
Wait a minute, there's one more here, Dora. Bring back the ones you don't need. No, I think they're supposed to be putting them together right now. That's the one right there. Yeah, well, that seems right to work. I mean, back to work kids. All right, if I can have your attention, I'll try to very briefly go through this literature and explain to you very briefly what it is, and then you're going to have to go through it further and see how you can put it to use. This little pamphlet here that I'm holding up is from the Human Resources Department of the North Carolina State. And on the back of it is the information on if you're having problems with food stamps, unemployment compensation, any problem with any kind of state agency on anything relating probably to the recession. If you'll call this hotline number on the back, which is a watch line, you can call it from anywhere in the state and it won't cost you nothing. They're supposed to get an answer for you on that problem within 24 hours. And you can go through the pamphlet to see what kind of programs are in it. Practically all of the assistance, welfare, etc. are in this book here. Unemployment really is not in there, but if you put an unemployment problem in there, it'll get to the man that'll get you some attention. Now, we've compiled about 4 sheets on food stamps, and that's with a letter from me on the very front of it there. And the letter tells you who's eligible for food stamps, and it encloses a guide to tell if you are eligible and how many food stamps you are eligible for and what the cost of it will be. You heard Norm Hill this morning. We have a publication put out by the A. Philip Randolph Institute entitled The Blacks in the Union, talking about the coalitions of black people and union people. And I commend that to all of you. You've got 2 folded brochures here, and if you open them up, you'll notice that they are from called In the Public Service. And the AFL-CIO has recently created a new department, a public employee department. And this is the monthly newsletter that they send out. I've got the second and third one here. I think we gave out of the first ones when I gave them to the Central Labor Union group yesterday. But the second and third letters in here for you, and they're about the public employee department that we have. And John McCart, the acting director of the public employee department, will be here tomorrow at our conference, and we'll have a few minutes to talk about it. And we'll meet with those public employee union people who are here upon adjournment of the meeting. This publication is the monthly publication of the North Carolina Department of Labor called Labor and Industry. It's got some of the unemployment information that's in there now all through it. Don't believe everything you read in it, because it doesn't come from our kind of folks exactly, but it does tell you a few things. Then we have a letter that's folded in there, and it's from President Meany asking us to have a conference on Put America Back to Work, a conference like was held in Washington by the General Executive Board. We therefore are going to devote an hour of our conference tomorrow to the theme Put America Back to Work. And on the back of that letter are the people who've been invited to speak at the convention. And each of these speakers are supposed to talk for 10 minutes. And they consist of Jim Seiler, who will explain the 6-point program, Gene Ruff, who will discuss unemployment in the building trades, our own Vice President Lloyd Bird, who will talk about the textile industry instead of the regional director. Delbert Gordon is supposed to talk about the economy and communications media. If he gets here, Bill, Wayne said that he would be here. Arnold Brown, the Vice President of Paper Workers, will discuss unemployment and the economy in the paper industry. We've invited Harold McIver. Did Harold? I haven't heard from Harold, so I don't know, but Harold would discuss recession and its effect on organizing, and I'll do a summary of the program when we wind it up. Most of that material is in this folder here that we gave you, and these consist of reprints from the AFL-CIO Federationists, a pamphlet on Put America Back to Work, which is here. The recently adopted, within the last 2 weeks, these statements on AFL-CIO policy, most of them on the economy, which were adopted at the Miami Beach Convention and arrived at our office only Thursday, have been reprinted and will be given not only to you but to all delegates at the conference tomorrow. So this is the Put America Back to Work kit here. Then, and we have extra ones of these for those of you who need them, a community service pamphlet, Services for the Unemployed. You also have a breakdown of the districts of the North Carolina House and Senate. And on the back of that, you will find the name of the representatives who represent those districts that you have. One of the real causes of the recession is the fact that housing has been cut out by both the Nixon administration and the Ford administration now, but is opening back up again, as the executive board will find out when we bring our proposal back for the high-rise apartment for senior citizens. It also has a chapter on the new hospital workers organizing efforts as a result of the new law passed last year allowing hospitals to be organized, plus ERA ratifying equality. For those of you who are organizers and have much problems, and I know many of you do, with the National Labor Relations Board, the Industrial Union Department's quarterly book here called Viewpoint is a very good book. I commend it to you. I.W. Abel has proper labor management relations article. The attorney for the IUD creeping to the rescue is not good enough. And he points out that's what the NLRB is doing, is creeping along, not servicing the needs of the workers of this country. Bill Becker, the president of the Arkansas AFL-CIO, has an article entitled Protecting the Road to Poverty. And I commend that article to you because it talks about the right to work law and its effect that it's having, particularly on those states who have right to work legislation. And Bill does a right good analysis of the situation as it applies throughout the country here. Saul Stetton, the president of the Textile Workers Union of America, has an article entitled The Southern Conspiracy and How Big Business Flouts the Law in the South. Floyd Smith, the president of the Machinists Union, has an article entitled New Tactics for New Problems. And Ben Fisher has an article entitled Swift Justice on the Law, talking about how arbitration works. Every one of these articles in this publication here I commend to you to read because I think you'll find them tremendous articles to help you out. A leaflet entitled Now Available, which says to you again that the manual or directory of North Carolina manufacturing firms, every firm in this state, and it's divided up into 4 categories. There's a county-by-county breakdown of every manufacturing establishment. There's a product breakdown. It tells you how many employees are in it. It's available again from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Economic Resources at $10. It's well worth your money if you're in the organization field. And of course, somebody said I've already read this twice. They were left over from the front last conference yesterday. Those new board members, do we order these? Our policy is to order the AFL-CIO news for all the board members, and Roger says all the new board members are getting it, and you Central Labor Union presidents, I believe, are supposed to be getting the AFL-CIO news. If you don't, it's a weekly newspaper, and I commend it to you. Chris, you wanting something? Have every one of them.
Okay.
We can probably get, here's one more thing we didn't give out, which is a pamphlet explaining North Carolina government and tells you who the council of state is. We'll give those out now.
I didn't get a viewpoint. Do you have another viewpoint?
Didn't get a viewpoint. Any of you Central Labor Union presidents get a viewpoint that we didn't give out? You got one down there yesterday you could give? Here's one. Any questions about any of that literature? Needless to say, most of this literature is available in quantity for you if you want to use it. You can have it in your central labor unions and you can use it in your offices. Now the next thing on the program I want to talk about is the lifeblood of this organization and any organization within the trade union movement, and that's dues, or per capita tax as we call it, or what we're talking about now is affiliation. And we've been trying to put together for about a year a complete list of the local unions in this state. And while we haven't quite got all the way yet with the information I wanted to be able to give to you, we are going to give you what we've got. And we have worked out an affiliation program. And first, and we only have copies for members of the board, I might say on this, I want to give you an affiliation report as up to date, as of this morning, of the locals that have affiliated with us since the last board meeting. And if you will, Red, would you get these passed out? Just the board members. If board members will hold up their hand, I want to give these out. Most of the central body people got these yesterday. Need one more helper up here, one of you staff representatives from the AFL-CIO. Get up here and help your boss out.
Are these just for board members or everybody?
Well, everybody can get those. I think we got enough for everybody. Come to affiliate, and I want everybody.
Well, we're short on these unless you have others up front. 1, 2, 3, 2 more at least.
Well, I don't have any more right now. Those of you don't have one, see me later. Billy, your people got a copy yesterday. If there are 2 people from the same central body, if you will, spread these out. The last letter passed out to you is the affiliation program, which I have already given to the central labor unions, and is the program that I want the vice presidents of this organization, all of you, both those of you who are district vice presidents and those of you who are numerical vice presidents, to go through this program. Because if we can pick up about 10,000 additional people, we can do the 2 things that I have proposed that we do in regards to hiring a black staff person to work with the black community, and we can also pick up a general counsel. And I think the proof of the pudding that they're out there is the fact that we've got 25% of that amount in the last 3 months. The membership is there if we'll do the job to get it. Now we have taken, and Jim, I want to tell you, Curtis worked long and hard on this, and we're almost complete, but not complete on it. And we've been working on it, like I say, for about a year. But we've got a breakdown of all the unaffiliated locals that we know of. Now we're not perfect, so we don't have them all. We don't have a lot of the new ones that came about. But we have a breakdown, and we're going to pass out to those of you who live in the congressional districts. We got them broken down by congressional districts. And I want the vice president who lives in that district to take a copy of this and try to get those local unions affiliated, both with the state and with the city central bodies. Walt, I sure wish you could help us with your international. Your international got 7,000 workers that we could really use. And that would be just a tremendous gain to us. I don't mean to single you out there, but there are a lot of us out there who've got a lot of members in our own international that's not affiliated. Most of you here do a pretty good job. Let me go through the program, and then I'm going to go through the list of unaffiliated locals and give them to you. Now we've also got a list of the affiliated locals. And we don't have that list for you because that's not that important to you. We're supposed to service those, and we're going to do that, and hope you're doing it too. And we'll get you a list of them. But we gave the Central Labor Unions a list yesterday of both the affiliated and the non-affiliated, because there are some who are affiliated with the state AFL-CIO who are not affiliated with the local Central Labor Union. And be very frank with you, we're not going anywhere in the General Assembly with any of our legislative program unless we have a strong, active Central Labor Union back home doing the job that we're doing on a state level for us on a local level. And the talking to these representatives and senators has got to be done from you people back there. And most of you are doing a good job. You can do a better job. And we've got to do that better job if we're going to pass the kind of program that we're going through. The goal of this program is 100% affiliation from all local unions with 100% payment on all dues-paying members. That's a very high-sounding goal, and it's one that we're always going to aspire to. And the two parts of it. Number one, 100% affiliation, that is every union affiliated, and the second part is every union paying 100% per capita. Now, I don't know that there's anybody in this room who's guilty of not paying 100% per capita. But I can tell you, I can look at this per capita report, which is up to date through Friday, and I can tell you that there are probably 35, 40, or 50 affiliated locals that, in my opinion, are not paying true per capita. And I have some ways of basing this information. One of them, for instance, is that we now have the computer list from your international with the names and addresses of your members. And when we see one that's paying on 400 members consistently come down correction after correction with 1,300 members, we know somebody's jiving us around. And they're really not cheating us, they're cheating themselves. Because if you notice our financial report, we don't bank the money and draw interest on it. We put it to work for you. And occasionally I hear some complaints that all our money is going into salaries. We're a service organization. We don't manufacture any goods. We serve people. And so we don't manufacture goods, so we don't spend money on raw goods and turn out finished products. We turn out service. And so it's always going to be in a service type organization that your money's tied up in, mostly in salaries if you're doing a job. The first step in the affiliation program is to determine what local unions are not affiliated. And we've done that to the best of our ability in this report we're going to give you later. Secure the name and addresses of principal officers. We haven't done everything we could do on this because I haven't gotten the letter off to the internationals yet. But we are going to write every international union and ask them to send us the names of their latest officers. We've given you the latest thing that we do have, if we have them. Some of them will be just a listing of a local, and it might say Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen, Fayetteville, North Carolina. And that local probably is in the Fayetteville area. Or it might say Spring Hope, North Carolina, but the local is where the Secretary Treasurer, the person filing the report, comes from. So if you see one in Spring Hope, buddy, he's probably in Fayetteville, and he just lives in Spring Hope. 2, write the vice presidents or the international presidents seeking their help in a 100% affiliation drive. We're putting this off 1 week. For those of you who weren't at our Central Labor Union meeting, we're not going to start writing the international vice presidents and presidents till next week. And we're doing this so that the Central Labor Unions can take the list we give out here today and check it against their affiliation. And if you will tell us by next Monday which local unions that we have on this list and on the affiliated list that we gave you, And those of you who are here from central bodies and don't get the affiliated list, we'll get you one before you leave the conference tomorrow. If you'll tell us which locals are not affiliated with your central body, we will also make that information available to the general president or the vice president that we write in that respect. But if you don't get it back in a week, we're going to move on. So you got 1 week to get us this information if you want it included in the letter we send to the international offices. Send list of local unions not affiliated. That's what we're going to do. And the letter that we send out to the international president detailing the list of the local unions that are not affiliated, we're going to send a copy of that letter to every international representative for that international union in this state, requesting their help also to get these local unions affiliated both with the state and the local central labor union. We are going to write a letter, number 3, to each local union, requesting that they allow a representative of the North Carolina State AFL-CIO to appear before them to explain the advantages of affiliation with the North Carolina State AFL-CIO. And of course, when a representative appears before that body, that local union, to explain the value of the state AFL-CIO affiliation, we also mean for him or her, or really we're talking about you, to explain the benefit of the state and local central body to that group, both groups. And if you central body presidents are out seeking affiliation, you can rest assured that our people are going to be instructed to try to get them to affiliate with you, and we want that same kind of cooperation from you. Prepare a booklet. This is the North Carolina State AFL-CIO explaining the programs, the functions, the goals, etc. of the organization. I haven't had time to do that, but I will do it within the next week. And we'll make that available to all central labor unions, to all members of the executive board, and we'll make enough copies available for you to give them to these unaffiliated local unions too. Assign, Jim, AFL-CIO staff. That's your duty, and you're doing a good job with it. NC State AFL-CIO vice presidents, that's you. International representatives, target locals. We are sending you target locals. We're going to give you today a list of locals in your area. They're target locals that you're responsible to go out and contact and have the responsibility for securing affiliation. We're going to probably break this down a little more than what we're doing here today, but originally we're going to give you those local unions who are unaffiliated in your congressional district. Affiliation should be sought for both state AFL-CIO and the proper central labor union. Once you've done this, the 6th point is to report the disposition of the affiliation request should be made to Wilbur Hobby, President of North Carolina State AFL-CIO, along with suggestions and ideas. That is, if you contact the local union about affiliation and they don't like the way I part my hair, let me know and I'll change it. You know, if there's something that we're doing wrong, and it is actually wrong, we'll change it. If they've got a little minute problem, we'll try to solve it. But we're going to stick principally to trade union philosophy. And there are a lot of people out there who don't even know that they know there's an AFL-CIO, I'm sure, but they don't know how in the hell to get in touch with it. And we've never contacted them. And so for a lot of them, it'll be the first time they've ever heard when somebody contacts them. Letter from President Hobby to all local unions, Ray, importance of paying true per capita on all active members. Letters to the International Secretary informing him of the number of members each of his local unions are paying per capita on to the North Carolina State AFL-CIO. And we'll wait probably 6 weeks after we send out our letter to local unions before we try to move in this direction. 8, follow-up contact. And this is a second contact by the State AFL-CIO on all local unions who have not affiliated by April 15th. We want to make this a 6 weeks goal to see how many we can get in within the next 6 weeks. But this affiliation campaign is not going to end in 6 weeks. It's going to be a continuing operation. You know, when we get 70,000 people paid per capita tax into this organization, and we have now servicing on our computer program 103,000, there's roughly 50% of the people who are either not having true per capita paid on them or are not affiliated, and there's another 50% of those who are not affiliated that we don't have into the computer at all. So the potential is there. And all we've got to do, as I said, is to get about 15 or 20% of those who are not affiliated now to really do the things that we want to do in regards to moving ahead in the black community and with the legal counsel that I recommended at the last board meeting. Now, if Terry Weathington will come up here, I have 1st Congressional District, and Terry, I'll give you 2 copies of it. These are the...
I'm gonna bring in 600.
600.
I done count.
All right. How quick, Terry?
Put that in the minutes?
Yes, sir.
Whatever deadline you put on it.
All right. We're going to give you the rest of this month, Terry. On April Fool's Day, I don't want to be fooled. Anyone here from Plymouth? Plymouth is your... Will you take Plymouth for...
3 locals there.
All right. Henry, that's right. You have Plymouth. How about Curtis? You take a list. You got one?
No, I don't.
You made it up. You ought to have one. All right. You AFL-CIO representatives, when I call out your congressional area, I want you to come get one too. Newbern and Plymouth are the only 2 central labor unions. Do we have another vice president serving from the 1st District? 2nd Congressional District. Cuz? Do we have anyone from Roanoke Rapids? You want another one, Cuz? 3rd Congressional District, Jacksonville and Wayne County. Buddy Kimmons, 3rd. Buddy, you got a short list. You ought to be able to do that by Tuesday.
Give me one, Steve. Give me one for right.
Anyone else from the 3rd Congressional District? 4th Congressional District. Florida? Yeah, Lloyd's from 3rd. Ray say you just told him because he won't hear. 4th Congressional District, Walter. We gave one to Richard Ray yesterday. Bill Holder, you Raleigh. Do we have anybody else from Durham or Raleigh? Yes, we do. Old Curtis Book.
Hey, why you, Bill's got the 1st and 2nd district.
Well, Bill's going to get all of them. I'm going to give him and John Russell the whole damn state after a while. 5th Congressional District, Winston-Salem, Deborah, Barbara. John Newman got one yesterday. Lige. All right.
Curtis, just stay there. I hate to see you.
And we got somebody else from Winston-Salem on the board. 6th Congressional District. Where'd Jim Hart go? Alamance, Greensboro, Jim Adams. Lige Jackson, Jim Adams. Tommy Warren is not here. That's the list of the unaffiliated locals you're supposed to get affiliated. 7th Congressional District. We got EA, get one for Roland and take one for Henry. All right, then we got somebody else. Red Phillips sitting there. Red, you got two good friends down there, the carpenters and the laborers that ought to be in here. Anybody else from Wilmington on the board? Seemed like there was another one from that district. Buddy, you're close enough to Fayetteville, you ought to take 3rd and 7th and see if you can help out on both of them. You're skinny?
Be sure that Ray Schnell gets this.
Ray got one yesterday.
8th Congressional District. Walter Oral. We got anybody else in the 8th District? Most of these are railroad locals. We really need to set up 2 central bodies. We got us a congressman up there now. We got to protect him. We got rid of that guy you send his mail. Starts the SOB, but that Senate office building.
I didn't use it. I gave Walter.
Okay. 9th Congressional District, Bill Brawley.
Jim Lawrence.
Jim Lawrence. Holly Hill. Oh, you don't want to go to Florida, do you? You want to take that 9th District. Anybody else from Charlotte? Aubrey's not here. Who else from Charlotte? Ain't it? I thought we had another one from Charlotte. 10th Congressional District, Billy Hall.
Nolan called.
And Nolan, he's one for Nolan too. Billy, you ain't got many there. God, you ought to get 100%.
You don't give Hollis one.
Yeah.
I don't need that, not tonight. I need the love.
All right. 11th Congressional District, Hollis Hales. Weaver Chapman.
Doris Bishop.
Doris Bishop. John Russell.
John Jervis back there, give me one.
John Jervis got one yesterday. We'll give him another one.
Give us one for each.
John done started marking affiliated. He affiliated 2 yesterday before we got out of the hall.
That's that 9th there, let's see.
Cook, you didn't come up here and get one. Cook's in the 2nd District. Which board member ain't got one now? Justine. Y'all gonna let Paul Cuz do all the work over there by himself? God, it'll never get done.
I'll take 9 and 10.
No, I don't need the 9th, that's Charlotte.
I don't want to lose one of them.
Take them over and get you one from each
You
one.
got a list of the damn affiliates, bro.
Huh?
Do you have a list of the affiliates?
Yeah, but don't have them out here with me, Jim. All right, I'm gonna give you about 3 minutes to look at this list. If you got any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them about it. I think the list is pretty much up to date. We might have a mistake or 2 on the list. If we do, we'll be glad to try to correct it. Some of the central body people were able to correct them yesterday, but we really checked them through the per capita card and see if they're paying dues. Y'all just think they're affiliated because you've seen them down here. We got a lot of people who have been affiliated for 3 years, but they always get to our conferences. I don't know how they get the card, but they get the credentials almost and not paying.
Well, I've got one here. I've worked with local 252, I think.
I think there are some of these locals that are out of business. There's some of them that have merged. And if this is true, we'd like for you to make a notation of it and let us know sometime during the meeting here as this afternoon.
Is there still a bricklayers union in North Carolina?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're fixing to have a big meeting in Charlotte. In fact, Bill, to go over the contract right away. I talked to the state president 2 weeks ago in Durham. If you talk to me, I'll see if I can find out when the meeting is and let you know.
I've been looking for them and trying to find them. They told me I had a couple names and I can't find anybody who's looking for them.
Well, I spoke at their state conference this year, Bill. I know they're there. There wasn't a whole lot of them there, but they were there. Deborah?
I knew about that.
Deborah's got a point on some of these, they're underlined. I underline a lot of locals that were UTSE, which is United Transport Service Employees, which have now merged with the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks. And they tell us they only got 2 locals in the state, and they got them both affiliated. I kind of got my doubts about it, but that's what I'm told. There may be more locals if you can discover them. They're probably railroad clerks now. They're usually laundry workers. There are some of them in some of the chemical plants. Don't tell the rep I said that. Any other questions?
Wilbur, I believe TWA 2031A is non-existent.
That was the hosiery local down at Golden Belt. I think they were doing just a little bit, Walt. I think it's down to just a few people, but last I heard it was still there. Henry?
I noticed by
Make
RWDSU local, you have a question mark. What is RWDSU?
RWDSU is Retail Wholesale Department Store Union. And where are you at? Wilmington? Whiteville.
Local 1035.
It's probably a bakery local at Wholesome Bread down there.
Marita Bread is who it is.
Marita Bread.
Bill Smith is president of it, I believe.
Yeah, W.E. Smith.
Right, I know about it.
All right. Any other questions?
I'd like to know who this is in Conway, South Carolina, and why you come into the AFL-CIO in North Carolina.
What's the local union number, Ed?
IWA 5-310.
All right, that's the woodworkers local, and I think it's in North Carolina, but as I said, Red, the Secretary Treasurer, whoever files the Landrum Griffin report, name now, like for instance, Red, we got the REA group at Goldsboro, and the IBW boys come out of Columbia, South Carolina. They're on the affiliated list from Columbia.
Wilbur, I don't know whether I'm correct in that or not, but I believe that was W.M. Ritter Lumber Company who has closed all operations in North Carolina and maybe has this little plant in Conway as the only one that is existing. I think I'm right in that.
Another point on 11th district, you got local 162 mayor. We're going to 11th congressional district. Jim says he thinks they no longer exist. It's laborers for now within the postal service.
Yeah, we got one group that's got about 1,300 members in the state, and the international, when we request a list of all the unaffiliated locals, they don't tell us about these, and I don't know exactly why, but these are the laborers unions who have people who work in the post office and load the trucks. They're called mail handlers, but there are 1,300 of them in our computer, and they're practically in every post office in the state. And we could use some help from Jim from the postal clerks on those, because I've tried to get the laborers to talk, and of course Bob Ashworth tells me he's going to help me out, and I haven't been helped out yet.
Wilbur, they affiliated with the Laborers International of North America that done away with the local union. They don't have any more locals. They're all affiliated.
Directly from the district.
No, it's been in the district, and I think the one covering this is in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, I know, I got the guy's name, but I ain't got no address on him. I think his name's Tony Petroni or something.
Come back in.
Laborers International of North America.
You got them on there, that's what I'm sure somebody might think.
Yeah, somebody told me. Yeah, Roland.
Their convention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, any more questions? We're going to move along. I'm going to ask the regional director of the AFL-CIO, who's assigned all of his staff members and who has 3 of them present here today, to speak to us about how he can help us on affiliation and what he's doing, and the way the new department on organizing and field service is shaping up. Jim Fowler. Jim?
You told me I was a guest today, Wilbur. I didn't get no per diem.
So you're not going to talk?
I was going to say it's nice to be here in Philadelphia on a Sunday afternoon. They've had me running so much I don't know where I am, but I would like to thank those of you in the room with the Central Labor Councils for helping us to put together a program here in North Carolina that we not only have adopted throughout Region 5, which is the 7 southeastern states, but at our regional conference up in Washington, the other regional directors took a look at it, and they thought it was good enough that they should get into it too. And basically, I'm speaking about assigning all of Region 5 staff to work with the Central Labor Councils, because I'm convinced, after our meeting in Wilmington, that in this labor movement of ours, that's where it's at the Central Labor Councils. All of these leaflets that Wilbur passed out today, when you get to the bottom line, it's telling the Central Labor Councils to go out and do the job. And I think it's time that those of us in National AFL-CIO realize that and give you the tools that's necessary for you to do the work. On affiliations, Wilbur, I have some figures here, and I hope I don't offend anybody in the room, but I usually like to try to tell it like it is. I think that North Carolina has one of the most ambitious COPE programs, legislative programs, and the biggest problem they have is lack of affiliations of those people who are our union members. We're not talking about unorganized plants. We're talking about people who are paying dues to their international unions, our AFL-CIO affiliates. And as far as I'm concerned, these people owe it to their members in their local unions to get them affiliated with the state body and the Central Labor Councils to give you the wherewithal and the knowledge to go out and do the job that you're trying to do here in North Carolina. And along those lines, I told you in Wilmington that I would be assigning all of the staff in North Carolina to work specifically with Central Labor Councils, that I wasn't that much interested in organizing anymore. I wanted to get the people that we did have organized. And Wilbur, I did steal one man away from you because I had to move a guy down into Florida. But the other 4 staff representatives are going to be part of this program. They are going to be working with you, and they have been instructed to not only attend each and every Central Labor Council, but if they can, to get there a day early and stay a day late. And as far as I'm concerned, their most important job is to get affiliations so that Central Labor Council can start working. After they get the affiliations, we have an ambitious program to help you set up 5 committees. We don't want to run them. We don't want to set them up. That's your job as Central Labor Council presidents. But we do want them to help you set up these committees. We do want them to work with you. Because as I said at the beginning of my remarks, on the bottom line, we're talking about Central Labor Councils. I certainly hope that our guys are attending the meetings. But if for some reason they don't get to those meetings, I'd like to know about it. That's their prime assignment. That takes precedent over every other assignment they have, to attend your meeting and to help that Central Labor Council get on its feet. That's all I'm going to talk about on our program, but I just would briefly like to talk to the Central Labor Council presidents and the vice presidents of your organization here. President Meany has sent a letter to all of you, the Central Labor Councils, specifically talking about certain items in our economic program that only the Central Labor Council can do. And you'll find that in this little booklet. Those of you in this room already have it, and I'm not going to take a lot of time talking about it because I'm going to discuss this tomorrow in our program. But toward the back end of it, it specifically has 3 areas that the Central Labor Councils can really help do this job. And that's to work with a Community Services Committee. If you don't have one, it's about time you set one up. This is to help our unemployed people know what community services to go to help them to support their families during this economic crisis. We should all go to our city councils, our county commissioners if we have them here in the state of North Carolina, and get them to pass resolutions asking this administration to release the funds that have been impounded for some 4.5 and 5 years. I'm talking about the $9 billion on the water and sewer construction. And I know that you read in the paper where the Supreme Court read that it was illegal to impound those funds. But they're still impounded. Nobody's released those funds yet. There's some $8 billion in impounded highway construction funds. And if you Central Labor Council presidents and officers can go to your own city councils, county commissioners, and enlist their aid to help you to send telegrams to the White House, to pass resolutions if it's a legislative body, urging the White House to release that money. Because immediately, we're talking about money that could come down into the economy and put our people to work, predominantly in the construction trades. I don't know what the figures are here in North Carolina, but nationally we're talking about 24% unemployment in our trades. So I think that's a job that immediately the Central Labor Councils can do. I think we have a responsibility to the local unions that are part of your Central Labor Councils, that when they're having layoffs, that we should make the services of the Central Labor Councils available to counsel them on how to get their unemployment with the least amount of red tape, and if necessary, intervene with them down at the Unemployment Compensation Board so they can get it. These are things that the Central Labor Council have been instructed to do by our President, President Meany, and the Executive Council. Again, in this endeavor, I'll make our staff available with you, and they can work with you on this. And again, I want to thank you all for showing us where it's at, because from this state of North Carolina, the Department of Organization and Field Services have started off on a new thrust where we feel it's important to get those people who are in the labor movement to acting in concert to get the programs necessary passed to put our people back to work. And Wilbur, I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you.
One thing I might say to the board, that we tried to get enough of these manuals that Jim talked about for everybody. And the Community Services Department didn't have any more, so Jim, we made up our own. But we only made 25 copies of it, and rather than give them to the vice presidents, we gave them to the central labor unions. So each central labor union has a manual for the community service organizations that you need to go to have help. All of you have the food stamp material that we put out, and that tells you how to get food stamps. And if you're having problems, please call us and let us know about food stamps. We've got a rather difficult situation where the county commissioners have the responsibility for it, and they are set up their own little kingdoms about. But the director of the food stamp program is our kind of guy. And he's gone to bat when our strikers have been out on strike and have been denied food stamps in these localities or have been put off, and he's forced them. Sometimes it took a little time, but he's forced them to give our strikers food stamps. And so he's a pretty unpopular guy with some of these conservative county commissioners. But he still does his best to see that we get what's due us. And so if you're not getting your food stamps, let us know. We're raising hell with the unemployment compensation, or the Employment Security Commission rather, to make sure our people get unemployment compensation. But they're telling us now that they've got only a 12 to 13 day backlog on most cases, when I'm continually getting complaints that our people haven't had a check in from 6 to 8 weeks. I went down to Smithfield the other day, Bill, and some of those people down there in Smithfield are from 6 to 8 weeks behind in their check. And I got in a list Friday morning of 4 people, and we made an inquiry, and we think we'll get them. But if you'll jog us, and there's a real severe case, I think we can help out. Just give you an example, we had a case here about 2 weeks ago. They were going to move 19 families out of their homes, their apartments, textile workers up around Leaksville Spray Draper, because they hadn't paid the rent. And come find out, some of them have been laid off as much as 12 weeks and had never gotten the first check yet. And a lot of them that were being evicted had not gotten a check in 8 weeks. We got in touch with the Employment Security Commission. They told us what to do. We called the local union back. We got them to go over to the Employment Security Commission office. We got them to look up the files of those 19 people, to call the Employment Security Commission office here in Raleigh. And on Thursday night, we ran those checks out through the computer. They were mailed on Friday morning, and the people were able to pay the bills on Saturday.
I'd like to ask a question. We have a problem
it seems that the unemployment commission representatives told them, two of them were with us, they received Social Security checks. And as I understand it, when they went to sign for unemployment, the man said the only way they could get unemployment was to give up Social Security. Now, I don't believe this is true, but I would like some information concerning it.
It's true unless they are above a certain age. I mean, I think the age for them is 68. They got to be over 68 to draw Social Security and still be able, and then they got to be ready and available for work too. Got to go by all the criteria.
This one, now, in other words, they're laid off. They have been off now for like 2 months. They received no unemployment checks yet.
Were they drawing Social Security while they were working?
Right.
Well, then if they were drawing Social Security and still working, I think that they'd probably be eligible for it.
But I was thinking the same thing.
But if
The ruling on that is that the Social Security has to be deducted from the amount of unemployment compensation.
That's right.
And we ran into the same thing with the veteran benefits.
All right, now another thing I want to point out to you, because some companies are doing this. I didn't know there'd be a company in North Carolina that would do it. But you know, if you work less than 24 hours, you can draw partial unemployment. And so some companies are working people 23 hours, which will allow them to draw their unemployment compensation and draw for that wage. Now the test there is you can draw up to 50% of what you receive in unemployment compensation as salary before anything's deducted. In other words, if you are eligible for the maximum amount of $90, if you work 2 or 3 days, you can draw up to $45 and you can get all your unemployment, and you can get that $45 as long as you don't work over 24 hours. But if you make over $45, then you have to turn that in and it's deducted from your $90. And we got one other problem, and some places we're getting fair treatment on it, and others they're giving us a hard time. And that is, they've got in there, if you're unemployed and they offer you suitable, quote, suitable, unquote, employment, and you don't take that job, then they're able to knock you off the unemployment rolls. Now, a lot of our building tradesmen who make, I can give you an example, a guy makes $6.50 an hour as a sheet metal worker, lives down the eastern part of North Carolina where the prevailing wage rate's $1 an hour, and that's filed in Washington, $1 an hour, although the minimum's $2, is offered suitable employment for $2.25 an hour, and he refuses this suitable employment. And so they just knock him completely off of the unemployment compensation rolls. Now, if he didn't work at all, because of the wages he made when he did work, his unemployment compensation would amount to $2.25 an hour. So, you know, he's better off not to work because he got to pay his gas and his feed and all that stuff running back and forth to work, his Social Security out of it, and all those other benefits and taxes, which is another thing. You know, your unemployment compensation is taxed on your state tax year, not on your federal, but on your state. If you have some real bad problems with suitable, I'd like to know about them because I'm trying to see if I can't get a statewide administrative ruling which would sort of give us a percentage to use rather than letting they let each guy in each area decide what suitable is. And the other night I had a good experience. In a way, it was a bad experience in that our Manhattan shirt plant in Lexington has been closed down. It's been sold. The company's closed it completely out, and we're trying to get a new company to come in. But I was up there last Tuesday night with them explaining how to get unemployment compensation, had the employment security manager there, and what to do about food stamps, and had that lady there. And the question came up from one of the ladies in the audience about this suitable work. And he promised those people there that he wouldn't send them to a job making less than what they had been making at Manhattan Shirt Plant for 13 weeks. And then if they couldn't get a job within 13 weeks and he offered them a job, he said, you're going to have to take it or I'll have to disqualify you. But I thought, that's pretty good ruling on that. But when we got, as I say, a building tradesman who's making $6.50 an hour when he gets unemployed, and they offer him $2.25, which is the same amount he makes if he draws unemployment compensation, to say that suitable work is wrong. And if you can document some of these cases for me, if I can't get a state administrative ruling, I'm going to try to get a legislative ruling made on it. Now, any questions about that, Jim?
Wilbur, just one comment. If you're able to get a city council or a political subdivision to pass a resolution or send a telegram to the White House, I would appreciate it if you either send a copy to Wilbur or to our national AFL-CIO from any political subdivision.
The legislative conference report is, we'll sort of make it brief. You're getting most of it in the Put America Back to Work kit that we gave you. We'll be talking about our 30-point legislative program with the 5 important points that we want you to lobby on tomorrow. We encourage all of you to get those people who are from your area and for you to go with them tonight and visit the legislature. Let the legislators know you're in town. I don't have an exact copy of everybody that's coming tonight, but I certainly would like to have the same type of crowd we had a year ago here when we had over 500 people. And so make sure that everybody that can comes to the banquet. Make sure they go up and lobby tomorrow. Try to get a commitment out of the legislature tonight or tomorrow to come to the banquet tomorrow night. The reception will start at 6:15, and we'll be outside here in the hall, outside for the legislative reception, and then we'll be eating in these 2 ballrooms right here tomorrow night.
I believe the invitation said 6 o'clock, the reception, I believe.
Roger says the invitation says 6 o'clock to the reception. We won't bring the booze down to 7:15, 6:15, Ray. So you won't be late, Ray. Any further questions? We wanna check, have a roll call right quick on members of the board, because what we've done tomorrow is we set up a head table and we set up a sub table down in front of the head table that we want all the vice presidents to sit at. So we'd like to call the roll to see how many of the vice presidents could be present for the banquet tomorrow night.
Phillips.
Absent.
Byrd. Here. Dixon. Gardner.
If not, called away.
Russell.
Yeah, same thing, it's not cold.
Holder.
Same thing.
Dunn. Cookie. You gotta start calling you Cookie, you don't know your name. Jim Adams. Doris Bishop.
Yes.
Deborah Jackson. You won't be here tomorrow night? Justine. Pennington. Will he get in for that?
No.
Weddington.
No, I got election for Thursday, and I gotta get back and get on top of it.
Cousin.
That the 600 you gonna affiliate? 50.
Dave.
Here.
Brown.
Yeah.
Warren. Is he coming in?
I don't think so.
Hocutt.
Yeah.
Oral.
Yeah.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Hall.
Yeah.
Chapman.
EA, pass this. Passing out a challenge to the legislative conference, which was on the bulletin at Reverend Finlay's church a couple of weeks ago, and I thought it was so good I recopied it and used it as a challenge to the legislative conference. I think we got two orders of business that might could be taken right quick. One of them is the convention site for this year. We've had 3 invitations. The invitations come from the Grove Park Inn in Asheville, from the Hilton Inn in Greensboro, and from the Royal Villa, the same type of motel we're in now, in Greensboro and Ewing. The rates are 15 and 20, 15 single, 20 double at both the Hilton and the Royal Villa. The Hilton, I think we got a letter this morning saying that they canceling the offer of complimentary rooms for the staff like we get when we have a conference, and they've lost some of their key personnel who worked so hard with us. The Grove Park Inn rates, I think, are $22 and $26, and at the Royal Villa, which is the new motel like this in Greensboro, the rates are 15 and 20.
Chairman, I move you forget the Grove Park Inn, period. Hell, that's one of the dumpiest dumps that you've ever been in.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend somebody look into the Bordeaux and Fayette.
That's what I was gonna mention.
That's a good place. We never have met in the eastern part of the state since I've been affiliated.
Well,
All that trouble in Wilbur. Right, Sylvester? Right.
I was about to recommend for this year, because we don't have but 6 months and it's getting hard to tie up a place. We're going to be at the Bordeaux Center 2 weeks from now for our weekend conferences. I would recommend we go to the Royal Villa this year, and then maybe, in fact, I sort of recommend the Royal Villa in Greensboro this year and bring it back to Raleigh in 1976 because of the fact that it's a political year, and we ought to be here in the center of state government in a general election year, that we set the dates for both of these conventions for the first week in September. And right now they're being held tentatively for action here today at all of these places. That we set this year's convention at the Royal Villa in Greensboro, and next year that we come back here to this Royal Villa. And we'll try maybe to have a board meeting or something, but we're going to have our weekend institute at the Bordeaux Center. Yeah.
Yeah, that Hilton Inn kind of messed me up too.
What week? First 2 weeks of September?
First week.
First week.
What's pleasure to body?
I move we have the convention at the Royal Villa Greensboro.
Been duly moved and seconded that the 1975 convention be held at the Royal Villa in Greensboro. Further discussion?
I assume the chair said in the discussion that these places had already been
No, I said we'd been invited.
contacted and wanted an answer from this body today.
Well, they are holding those weeks for us until after this meeting today.
Was that,
First week,
that's the Labor Day weekend?
yeah. No, it's not Labor Day weekend, it's the week following Labor Day. It's the week following Labor Day. It's not Labor Day weekend now, it's the week after that.
It'll be the first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday in September.
Mm-hmm.
Was that discussed at the last board meeting? I had to leave.
No.
Well, I just wanted to put in a plug for Bordeaux.
we'll, the Bordeaux Convention Center is a nice convention center, and I don't really know what the rates are, Buddy. What are they?
I believe it's a $14 rate they gave.
Buddy just had a rate.
Weekend is 14, I believe.
That's what I pay at Bordeaux.
We paid 14.
What bill? $14. $14. That's big rooms, 2 double beds in each room.
Yeah, I was down there Friday, the AFG.
It's mighty good every time I've been there, and I really enjoy it. I've been invited out to a couple of parties.
Where's this?
Fayetteville.
Further discussion on the motion? No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Opposed, no. Chair's in doubt. Ask for show of hands. All in favor, let me know by holding up your right hand. Just executive board members vote. All opposed, no. The noes have it. Roger, will you go out and call the Bordeaux Center? I assume y'all want us to ask the Bordeaux Center now. You know, they may not be available. You can't say you're going to have it there if they ain't got room for you. So the chair's going to send the Secretary Treasurer out to call.
May I make a suggestion?
Make a motion.
May I make a suggestion that we probably have a motion that the first choice from this body would be the Bordeaux Center. If not, Royal Villa as the second choice would be acceptable.
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
I was going to do that very thing.
Why don't you do it? A little bit slower.
Now, are we talking about the same dates now?
Yeah.
I move that we contact Bordeaux Convention Center in Fayetteville for the availability of the convention. And if not, then we go back to the Royal Villa in Greensboro.
And you are, I believe, including, is it your intention to include that we get at least equal rates and equal facilities at the Bordeaux Center before you?
I don't know what facility you have.
Well, I mean, generally, the rates we've been quoted at the Royal Villa are 15 and 20. And the rates that we've been, and there, I think we get, complimentary room or complimentary suite for the staff for every 50 rooms taken up by the convention. If we get the equal things and we can get the date, the same dates, then we better have a vote on that. Just because you voted, some of you may want to go somewhere else. The motion is the Bordeaux Center. If you don't agree with that, you can vote against. Bordeaux Center is in Fayetteville. So the motion is that if we get equal rates that we've been offered at the Royal Villa in Greensboro, that we go to the Bordeaux Center in Fayetteville during that same week if space is available.
I second that motion.
That's seconded. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to, on this, you say equal rates, 50 cents and $1 between the two different places. That's a difference in the rate, so that automatically puts you to Greensboro. Well, let's put it comparable, not equal, those are comparable rates.
Well, they just told us they were $1 cheaper, Red, and Bordeaux.
They're $14 for our weekend institute.
I don't know where it's difference in the time of year it could be. Right along Labor Day, you know, on the main highway, they usually pop up.
I wouldn't assume that is.
All right, Chair thinks we can carry out your wishes. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have and so ordered.
I was gonna raise one question.
All right.
In as much as you're gonna have to make contact now, are you going to get letters out to the local unions, so that they know?
We've got to get within the next 3 months, we've got to have the convention call out, so I would imagine we'd know within 30 days. And if it's the desire of the executive board, we will give them advance notice. Maybe we can get the minutes out in 30 days and include it in the minutes.
The calls go out 90 days.
Yeah, that's June, 3 months.
Mr. President, didn't you say you're gonna have Roger call today and see what's available?
Well, that's what I was fixing to do for y'all.
Yeah, that would help.
All right, if Roger will go out there, what do you think about next year's?
That's a year off.
Raleigh,
Raleigh.
76.
Well, yeah, I don't want to have it at the Sir Walter particular. It's kind of cheap rates when we got Fedlash. We ain't got a lot of money, but I don't want to. Of course, it's not election year next year. Y'all might take that in mind. Do you want to do something on the convention for next year at this time?
I move we just wait until next year to take care of that and take a step at a time.
Yeah, here a second. Been duly moved and second. We wait. Where do we?
A lot could happen.
Yeah, do you want to say later instead of next year?
A later date.
Okay, to a later date. You say next year, you're talking about 9 months from now, you might not get space. We're getting so big, there are not many places that can really hold us if we turn out. Of course, with unemployment like it is, I don't know how big we'll be long.
Well, look, since I'm gonna be out there talking to these people, here's another thing we must consider too. As always, can they house our group? Now, the Royal Villa has said that they got the most rooms of any hotel. And the Bordeaux Center's got a bunch of rooms. I don't know how many. Do you, buddy?
We've got to have 200 to 225 rooms anyway.
Well, the most we've
And I don't believe there's any motel near the Bordeaux Center within a mile or two, is there, buddy? No, so if they can't give us 200 or 225 rooms at the Bordeaux Center, you'd have to come at least a mile or so, and probably 2 or 3 miles to get a good motel. I'm just guessing, buddy, but the ones that...
Here's a guy from Federal.
Jim?
I don't believe the Bordeaux Convention Center's got no 225 rooms.
Don't call and see, Roger.
They, it's a fairly nice place. And like they were saying, the rooms are nice and whatnot. It's not on the main drag or main road, whatever you want to call it. But I really don't believe they got 225 rooms for it.
Let me find out.
No, I come to think of it, they got a lot of nice things there, but they don't have a lot of rooms.
That's right.
They got a lot of convention facilities for meeting, a cafeteria, but I believe just looking at it, I would say they wouldn't have over 140 rooms. And they probably have to keep 40 of those. All right.
You got a good mile.
We got to move along now because we're already supposed to have been in executive session.
Wilbur, when I was passing this last letter to her out, several people asked when was going to be, what time in the morning was the meeting to start?
Meeting starts at 9:30 in the morning. We're trying to get registration set up out there now so you can register when you leave here and be able to.
We're not starting registration until 4:46, Wilbur, because Dara said that she couldn't be ready until then.
All right. We can't start registration until 5:45.
I move that we go into executive session. We can do that.
Okay. All right. It's been a motion made that we go into executive session, so it's been seconded. All in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and so ordered. Bill, I'd like for you to stay so we can take these things up here. Yes. Those of you going out, I don't know where my hospitality suite's open or not, but the State of American Income was going to put a little refreshments up there, 406, but don't overindulge and go to the legislature. And don't forget you got an obligation to go there. They've got the key, I don't have it.
How are we gonna get drive? They got a bus or what?
No, I got to drive tonight. Plenty of parking place on Monday night. Tomorrow you'll have a problem.
Did a ticket. I got
Come on up, Bill. Well, all those who are not members of the executive board, please retire. And will those members of the executive board who are sitting way in the back come up front?
I've never been there. They get the house there. They did, they didn't want to stay there.
They couldn't house everybody here.
I'll be back. Got many things that bag, I'm up there to the front, man. Cookie, Dusty, come on up. Sylvester, come on up.
That Baptist, they know where to stand. I'm the only Baptist up in
I'm asking Dan to pass out right now what we call a register of local unions. This is the list that's compiled by the Department of Labor every 2 years on the reports from Landrum Griffin that are filed. And here you get the name of the local unions. It's broke down by international union and gives you the local union number on the left-hand side, the city in which the secretary, the person filing the report, is from, and on the right-hand side is the file number in the office of the Landrum Griffin or Labor Management Reporting Service. These are local unions who filed Landrum Griffin, and I believe this was in 1973. It's the latest one we have. They run about 2 years. It may even be 71. They run about 2 years behind.
Because our merger's not on you. We're no longer paper makers and paper workers.
All right. It was a 71 list
Must
then
be, 'cause we merged in 72.
that we have here. But they'll give you an idea of what locals are in the state. I had hoped to get them marked, those that are affiliated with us and those that are not affiliated with us, but we didn't get it done. We have some more material. Yeah, give these kits out. We have some more material that's good for you that not included in the other material. Might be 1 or 2 pieces duplicated. That need one more?
Yes, one more.
Yeah, this is 1970.
Is that when they come out? I still get that, Lloyd. From some of them, yeah. Yeah. Let me first say, because we are going to involve some financial, or Red made a motion that financial reports and transactions be delayed. I took it to mean transactions. We had one thing which we're going to bring up, and I guess we ought to do this first, and if I can I have somebody act as secretary until the secretary gets back? As you know, when we talked about getting into and building our high-rise apartment for senior citizens, Delbert, we're in executive session. We'd like to have you later. Glad to see you.
I just wanted to tell Bill Holder that we have those ERA pamphlets here, about 10,000 of them. I'd like for you to announce it in the morning so everyone will take a supply with them.
Bill will give them out for breakfast, Delbert.
Will you tell Albert for me that I got 20,000?
See you later.
Delbert, Bill's got 5,000 that belongs to you.
What do you say?
Bill's got 20,000. He said you need 5,000 of his so you'd be equal.
Bill, you got 20,000?
Yeah.
Then we got 30,000 of them then.
Okay.
You done good.
Always do.
A few years back, we established the Unity Housing Corporation in order that we could apply for the grants under the Department of Housing and Urban Development to build these senior citizens high-rise apartments like a lot of the labor unions are doing around the country. And we got our project right up to the president and right up there ready to be signed off. And the president stopped spending all that money, former President Nixon. And the money's been impounded and up until about 6 weeks ago when they are unfreezing the money now in an effort to create jobs. And so our consultant has contacted us and has worked up the same proposal we had in before. There has been a few changes in the law there, and we have the attorney, Bill Friedlander from Louisville, Kentucky, who is the attorney for the consultants which have been working with us over the years to get this done. They asked me, and I contacted the real estate people who had given us a 30-day option in Durham on this, and which had extended it from time to time while we were trying to get the grant through Washington. And so the money is unfrozen again, and they are allowing nonprofit groups like us and the church and others to build these high-rise apartments for senior citizens. So the Sam Isaacs consultant group has worked up the proposal, and Bill, if you'll come up and explain. Let me do something before you do to make us all legal here. Talk to John Brooks, who was our attorney, to draw up our corporation papers. The Unity Housing Corporation is an incorporated organization in which the state AFL-CIO put this money in. And when we did it, and we haven't had, I guess, an official meeting in about a year and a half now, we really need to go into an official meeting and do about 3 things. Number one, I think we need to vote, and whoever, Henry, will you take minutes for me?
Man, I'm the worst writer in the world.
All right.
They want these
Waller?
looking ladies.
All
What's the best
right.
minute?
Justine, you secretary. All right. What we need to do first is to vote to expand the board. There are 23 members on the board now. The 20 officers of the state AFL-CIO.
Wilbur, excuse me for,
All right, Bill.
when I talked to John on the phone,
All right,
I'll give you a report about that.
Okay, come on up. Maybe you ought to come up here before I get into that then. I forgot about sending you out to do that.
Yeah, you sure did.
I got a lot of things on my mind, all right?
John said that while there are some technical irregularities, probably that the way to proceed is to go ahead and be sure that you have a roll of everybody who's present and amend the Constitution so that you show 23 members, and then there's got to be at least 7, there's got to be at least 12 people who are original directors. I'm sure you've got that many here. And at least 7 of those will have to vote for the amendment because that is sufficient to constitute a quorum, and a majority vote under a quorum. So when you write your minutes, if you'll note that there were present 12 of the original directors and 7 of them voted favorably, that will meet that requirement of law, and then you should proceed to re-elect the directors. Just wanted to give you that.
You mean we got to have 7 voting to increase the board to 28?
Correct, to change the bylaws.
All right, we've got to change the bylaws to include the new board members that we expanded to in the last meeting. To do that, we've got to have at least 12 present, and we've got to have 7 of those 12 who were former members of the board voting to do it in the affirmative. So the first order of business then would be a motion to expand the board of directors of Unity Housing from 23 to 28. And as I was about to say, the 20 members of the state AFL-CIO original board are the present board members, along with 3 others which are president of the building trades, and I believe we had Lou Shipman, the coordinator of the building trades, and maybe Secretary Treasurer of the State Building Trades Council, Red, wasn't it? We had, I think those were the 3. So the motion is, do I hear that as a motion?
Move it.
So moved that the executive, or the board of directors of Unity Housing be expanded from 23 to 28 people. The discussion?
What is the motion?
We got somebody taking it for you, Roger. Any discussion? Roger, what we do need is a list of the people that's in the room right now. So if you'll check that off on your thing with put a U by them so I'll know.
Mr.
Chairman, do we have the 12 original ones that we're talking
Yeah,
about?
I asked a question too.
yeah.
Go ahead.
What we're doing, Bill, is so we can be official. We're talking about unity housing. We haven't had a meeting in a year and a half. So we've got an expanded board on the state AFL-CIO. We got to expand the board to include the new vice presidents who were elected last September. And so we're making a motion to expand the board from 23 to 28 to take in those 5 new vice presidents that were elected.
We got 28 vice presidents.
No, we got 23 vice presidents and me and Roger. And then we had on that board Gene Ruff, Tony Caracas, and Lou Shipman, who represented the building trades, if you remember.
Mr. President, would it be in order to amend that motion to say that it would change with as the vice presidents change and the officers change?
Well,
Keep running this problem.
we kind of got that reading some way in there in the future, but on Constitution bylaws, you can't quite have it exactly like that under the incorporation laws of the state, I think. The motion is then that...
Mr. Chairman, L.F. Shipman no longer can be a part of this, because...
Well, this just expands it, Red. We're gonna have to probably elect, I think Tony and Gene are still there, but we'll have to elect somebody else as the 3rd member. Or we could just expand it to 27 instead of 28. And just... Who? Yeah.
I think he should be eliminated off
All
the
right.
board. He's
Let's,
resident of Florida.
If it's all right with you, John, we'll amend the motion to expand it to 27 instead of 28.
As long as it's legal.
Yeah. You've heard the motion. All in favor of expanding the Unity Housing Corporation Board of Directors from 23 members to 27 members, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. You got everybody marked in here, because legally we got to have 7 of the old board members voting in the affirmative on this. All right. The next motion then would be that we elect the new board of directors. And what we need to do here is to elect 25 members of the NC State AFL-CIO Executive Board, and Gene Ruff, President of North Carolina Building Trades Council, and Tony Caracas, the Secretary Treasurer of the Building Trades Council. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
And duly moved. Do I hear a second? Second. And seconded that we elect as Board of Directors the 25 members of the North Carolina State AFL-CIO Executive Board, and Gene Ruff, President of the North Carolina Building Trades. I can give it to you sort of a little bit later. Building Trades, and Tony Caracas, K-I-R-I-A-K-O-S. Caracas. Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? No discussion. Those in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and so ordered.
Wilbur, I asked a question in that regard. Did the bylaws specify an executive director? I know LG carried that title when he worked with us.
I think the bylaws allowed the chairman to appoint. Did you discuss that?
No, we didn't discuss that. I only bring that up for information purposes. And is it necessary? No.
The other, I think it allowed us to do it, and because LG was doing a lot of the legwork for me, I made him the man. The 3rd point here is the election of the 3 officers. And the 3 officers are myself, Red Phillips is first vice president, and the secretary treasurer would be Roger. I don't know where Roger is. Did we have a meeting since you've been on?
Yeah.
Seems like that. Roger, well, the 3 officers who are there now are myself, Red, and Roger as the 3 officers of the corporation. What's the pleasure of the body?
So moved.
Been duly moved.
Second.
Seconded that Wilbur Hobby be elected president, W.H. Red Phillips be elected vice president, and Roger Bogus be elected secretary treasurer. Is there further discussion? No further discussion. The question has been called for. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All right. And those are enrolled. I guess, Bill, then we're time to hear what the consultants have drawn up. Ken, I reckon we better excuse you. We really supposed to be going into executive session. This could have been done in regular session.
First, let me give you all a greeting that I was supposed to bring up, and that is from Scotty Smith, the Secretary of the Kentucky State AFL-CIO, who we have 3 facilities in Kentucky, and just to identify myself a little bit, the consultant group is sort of a team that has worked together and developed these things, but each person in it does their own role, and my role is to do the kind of specialized legal work that's required to put one of these things together. And in the process of that, while the team works together, as I said, I don't represent the team. I represent the team, but not any individual part of it in a sense. And we in Kentucky, where I'm from, and I'm from Louisville, have already developed 3 of these projects, and I do represent the Kentucky State AFL-CIO in their housing projects, and another organization called Union Labor Management, which we set up and is owned by the houses that are managed plus the Kentucky State AFL-CIO, and has developed professional management so these things are properly managed. Because one of the keys to it is not just to develop and build one of these things, but is also to be able to operate it properly. And that facility and service of that management company, which you all could end up with a piece of if you wanted, if this happens, would also be available here as far as the ongoing management. Now, what's happened over the last couple of years is, as you all know, the thing was frozen. All the effort and time that we put in it was kind of wasted in the sense that we kept on pursuing it. The Nixon administration imposed a freeze, and that was the end of it. Now there are two programs put together which equal the old 236 program in a sense when it comes to elderly housing. These programs are a non-subsidized initial construction program, which is called Section 231 of the Housing Act. And under that, you get a 40-year loan, but that loan does not receive interest subsidy. But joining with that is what is called a Section 8 leasing program. And of course, I sometimes, when I hear Section 8, since I was in the Navy, I realize what that could mean, and so I sometimes shudder a little bit about that. But nonetheless, the Section 8 program provides for a subsidized rental to the tenants. And the subsidized rental to the tenants means that the individuals, based on their income who live in the housing, can qualify, and their rent is fixed by what their income is. And it's fixed at a range of from 15 to 25% of their income, and 100% of the facility, not just 20% as was eligible for rent supplement under the old program, but 100% is eligible for rent supplement. So this means that while the cost of the building, because of several reasons, one, you adopted a new building code in North Carolina, 2, costs have generally gone up, and 3, HUD has revised its standards up. While the whole cost of the project has gone up, the net effect on rent, which is the key to it, will be to provide a rent scale in the building that will be as low as $46 a month for people who are eligible for an 80% subsidy, to people who are eligible for a 50% subsidy of $115 on an efficiency apartment, $119 on a handicapped efficiency, and $149 on a 1-bedroom. But this again would mean that their income would have to be above 5 times $149.75 before they would have to pay a rent of that kind. It also means that anybody in any income spread would be eligible, and subsidy could be for some people as low as maybe 20% because of the fact that their income was so high. So this means that anybody would qualify no matter how low or how high their income was for this type of for this facility. The costs before were somewhat in the neighborhood of $5 million. Now we project costs of $6,666,100. Now, in the process of this, and I have the applications here, Wilbur, which somehow along I'd like to get you to sign and check out some of the names and this sort of thing, and be able to In fact, the rules of processing have changed. So before you went in and they took forever in 3 days to process your application, but you didn't have to do anything other than file an application. As it stands now, there's a new processing procedure which HUD has adopted, which is called SAMA procedure. And this means that when you file your application, they say within 30 days, but I'm saying within 60 days, they must approve your site, they must approve your land acquisition cost, they must approve your market, and approve your rents, and reserve the funds to build the project. And those of you who follow this know that our big problem before was that when the freeze came, we had no money to build it, and we got all sorts of fair promises out of Washington, but nothing ever happened. At this point, they now have to commit money. And that's the first phase, and the one we're talking about going into now. The catch, and there is a catch with the fact that they have to process so rapidly, is that you now have to put up 1/10 of 1% of the mortgage amount as a non-refundable fee to get the SAMA processing. And at each stage you have to put up 1/10 of a percent. However, at the final closing of the loan, all of that applies to any costs that you might have, or if you have no costs, it would get you a refund. And our calculations at this point is that there would be a total cash requirement of $81, which means that if we went to final closing, there would be a refund of the monies put up. Where you would lose the money is if it was processed and it didn't work out. And the first stage, which is the one we're talking about now, is the big risk. That amount for the first stage deposit is $6,666.10, or 1/10 of 1% of the loan amount, Wilbur. $6,666.10, which is our revised figure. That doesn't come, that goes to HUD, it goes to a check made out to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they're the ones that charge that for their processing. But because you pay them, they've got to come back and say yes or no immediately. And they really can't come back and say no. They might say you got to revise your figures some, but that's as much as they can do. There have been preliminary feel-outs on this, and it looks very favorable. They're all familiar with the project. And the land has been obtained again on an option, so we're prepared to go. And I have with me the applications. I hope I have the names of, I don't have the names of everybody for what's called a previous participation certificate. I hope I've got the names of enough people, and I hope I don't have the names of people I shouldn't have. How many of these people are here? Wilbur, you're here.
Yeah.
Roger, you're here.
Yeah, I have a list here.
Okay, if you'd like to see it, that's
marked that are present.
This is the list I believe we have.
Previous group he
Yeah,
needs.
Just call the roll.
Just call the roll and answer if he calls your name.
W.H. Phillips.
Right.
Lloyd Byrd.
Right.
A.B. Dixon. That's one we don't have. Henry Gardner.
Yeah.
John Russell.
Here.
J.W. Holder.
You?
O'Neill S. Dunston.
Here.
James I. Adams.
Here.
We're in good shape so far. Doris Bishop.
Here.
Deborah Jackson.
Here.
Justine Smith.
Here.
W.M. Pennington.
He's not here.
Well, that's enough.
They're on the board. though.
They're on the board, they just
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
to.
Well, now, are there
You
other
got
people
that-
on the,
Those are the new lists though you read from.
is this the new list? This is the board, is that correct?
That's the president board. you read.
Okay. Now, what I
Of
need.
course, you read, I guess, read it again and let's count how many old ones were there, since you said you needed 7 on one thing.
Those was the ones.
The new
Well,
ones would be
O'Neill
and
Dustin,
Justine
Bishop,
were
and
not.
Jim.
This is the new one, I think. And you're here, so they're enough of the old
Just
board.
have the one stand up, if you got 12, you're all right.
Be 12 or something.
Well, you got 3 there at your table.
Well, stand
John
up,
is
it's all
4,
over.
5.
Stand up and we'll.
Yeah, it's all over.
Just stand up and then you can count it, yeah.
Yeah.
We were here to start.
Was
Jim
you on?
Lawrence was on it too. Billy Hoyle, you were on the old one, I think.
Roland, you've been on.
There's the best one coming there that's I see.
Well, y'all voted to take a convention away
You
from
got
that
it.
bellboy.
You got it. You got it.
No.
I can tell you.
All right, if you see him, you better run.
him search real quick.
We got plenty, have a seat.
Yes, he's with this group, but he's not in here now.
I have got, from some of you, I don't have your social security numbers.
406. But you better call, honey. It wouldn't be safe for you to go up there.
I'll go buy you a desk.
What for,
Now-
Red?
Play sell.
I need,
We done voted to go federal, Red.
I need a little information here as I come back down. I have several people's social security numbers, but I don't have everybody's. Wilbur, your social security number is 239-402938.
Right.
Roger, yours is 239-448833.
Right.
W.H. Phillips, 244-225948.
Right.
Lloyd Bird, 245-107300.
Right.
I don't have A.B. Dixon's and he's not here. Okay. Henry Gardner, 246-248995.
Correct.
John Russell, 179-102793.
Didn't remember, John.
J.W. Holder, 240-225092.
Right.
Now, Anilla Dunstan, I do not have yours.
Mine is 237
237
3546.
3546. James Adams, I don't have yours either. James Adams not
What do
here.
you want?
Social security number?
I hate to sound ignorant, what the hell is this all about?
Well-
Give me your social security number
You
and
want my
listen.
social security number and put me on the board of directors or something I don't know a damn thing about?
We're gonna build a 20-story high-rise apartment.
Gonna pay for it, John. He's gonna pay for it.
The reason for this, for me getting your social security number is that
He
the
works for-
names of everybody on this list has to go through a computer in Washington to find out that nobody on the list ever was involved in an FHA project which defaulted in some way or another. That's the purpose of it. That's a multifamily project, a multifamily project. That's the only purpose of the names clearing through the HUD computer.
228
228
40
40
5128.
5128. Okay.
7 years.
Doris Bishop, I don't have yours.
245
245
24
24
1192.
1192. Deborah Jackson, I don't have yours. 243 74 9392. Justine Smith, I don't have yours. 240 68 3069. Okay. And W.N. Pennington? Not here. Okay, well, we can leave 2 off, and that's, 'cause we got enough to
We can
keep that
probably
confusing.
call and get you pennies from his secretary.
Okay.
Who's the other one you didn't have?
Adam.
Dixon.
Oh, Dixon, right.
You
You
have
call
all
this
this.
Should have been on there because he was on that old group.
But for some reason, we didn't have it.
Okay, we can get you both though. They're both
Just to
full-time.
reassure these people, you never had any connection with the plumbers or the CIA yet.
No, no, I can assure you that I didn't. No.
Bill's a labor attorney from
I know that.
Louisville. I can vouch for you. I didn't need you. Probably remember history.
There was a
too,
bunch of
Bill.
them, there were a bunch of attorneys involved in Washington. First of all.
In fact, 85% of there were no labor people involved.
You know, while lawyers aren't members of, aren't members of labor unions, unless you call the American Bar Association a labor union, which it is. It's a pretty good one, right?
That's one of the greatest.
My wife is a member of Actors Equity, AFTRA, and Teachers Union, so I've got, you know, that
all
kind
kind
of
of credentials.
Yeah, all kind of credentials with her. But at any rate, the purpose of this form is that they run all this through a computer and make sure that none of you have been involved in promoting a HUD project that's in default. That's the whole purpose of it. Because if you were, then you'd have to give an explanation of why it was in default. And that's the only purpose of that form. Now, what is proposed to be done is to submit the application, and I have, that is assuming that you want to go ahead with this. That, I have 4 copies of it here, Wilbur, and it needs to be signed in various places, which I don't think you're going to want to do.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
You said if we decide to do it, put it in the forms, and then we'd have to put up 6,600. If it didn't go through, we'd lose that 6,600.
You stand a chance of losing it, yes, sir.
But if it does go through, then we don't lose any. We get it
That's
all
correct.
back.
Well, you get it all back under our calculations that you need no working capital except $84 of it, whatever I read. And the reason for that, we talked to Wilbur here about 3 or 4 weeks ago. We were talking about the need for more money than that, but the interest market has changed so much that this is the way it looks as of today. We originally thought, because you know how the high interest market has been, on this HUD loan, we thought we were going to need a 1% construction loan discount. But the prime rate has been coming down so rapidly that it now looks as if that would not be needed at all, which is very good.
Well, let me say this. For the benefit of those members who weren't here when this thing discussed. Okay.
We got a motion from Red Phillip that financial things be carried back to the executive session. So if Bill's through with his presentation, I'd like to ask him to wait outside and we got to vote on the project and.
Right. Can I just make one more
Yeah.
question? I'm gonna need, the reason I mentioned signatures is everybody has got to sign above their name all 4 copies of this application. And the best time to get your signatures is while you're here.
All right. If you'll just wait outside, I think we probably won't take over 15 minutes to get it done, Bill.
All right, shall I leave, want me to leave these?
Yeah, leave those right there.
Okay.
You got any other advice for us? And stand by for questions if you will.
You want me to answer any questions right now?
The figure that you gave us, 6,166.10 or
666. 6,666.10 is what I said.
$6,666.10.
Right, and that's because we're applying for an initial mortgage loan of $6,666,000. Right.
How much?
$6,666,000.
Your part of it's only $543,000, Jim.
That's what I told him, not worry about it.
Further questions? If not, he's gonna stand by if we have any more questions as we go along. Well, I hope not. but
Now, let me add this, because that's a serious question. There is no personal involvement of any individual. And in fact, the sponsoring organization is not required to do anything other than be the sponsoring organization and advance the initial fees. They can't come back against the sponsoring organization, and even the Unity Housing Corporation. Sponsoring organization, of course, is the state AFL-CIO, but even the Unity Housing Corporation cannot, there could be no decision. In other words, supposing they had to foreclose the mortgage. The mortgage contains a clause in it which we lawyers call an exculpation clause. And this means that the property itself stands good for the debt. So that there is no way that the state AFL-CIO or the Unity Housing Corporation can do anything other than lose the property. Now, you could lose the property if you, of course, if it didn't rent up and you couldn't meet the mortgage payments. That's something that always can and is a possibility of occurring. But they can't come back and say, well, we sold the property at the courthouse door and it only brought $5 million. We're coming back against you for $1,600,000 or some such figure. There is no personal liability. It is 100% loan. There are occasions, which I should tell you because you ought to know the whole story, where because you want the thing to go, that labor movements in other places, particularly on one house in Kentucky, which we just had the final closing on, where the Kentucky State AFL, to keep it from going into foreclosure, and now it's in good shape, but you know, we've come along, we finally got the Paducah project licked.
Good.
Did raise some money and did borrow some money from the bank because the rent up had been too slow, but that was their own voluntary decision to do so, and was an action taken after considerable discussion by the state organization in Kentucky and by the two local groups that were involved in that project, one being the Building Trades Council and one being the Central Labor Union in Paducah. But under normal circumstances, there'd never even be a request of that kind with the other two projects in Kentucky. They were so full up in advance that, well, you'd be interested to know the three projects in Kentucky now, they're all three in good shape. The first project, Hillebrand House, has a waiting list of 250 tenants, and that's in Louisville. And we are now engaged in trying to buy the old Puritan Hotel, and you recall the Puritan, to rehab it and operate it in conjunction with Hillebrand House in Owensboro, Kentucky, which is a town of 50,000, population approximately 55,000. The Roosevelt House, which was the second one, is now full, has a waiting list of better than 200, and the people in Owensboro are talking about building a secondary care facility to go with it in Paducah, which was the one where we had our trouble because we had a contractor who went broke and defaulted on his construction, but his bonding company finally came in and finished it up. This threw us behind about a year in construction, which is why we ran into the rent-up problem. That has now had its final closing because of all of that difficulty, and because we wanted to do it, we developed our own management company and have got very competent people. That building, while it's not completely rented up, is now rented up beyond the danger point, and we anticipate within the next 60 days it also will have a waiting list. So there is a real need for these facilities, and even when one gets in trouble, you can work it out, and you can work it out without involving a financial drain on your own organization. And if you don't want to work it out, you can let it go, and it doesn't cost you.
Let me ask you a question. What kind of facilities, I mean, how big are they, and what do they rent for generally a month?
The ones in Kentucky?
Yeah.
About the same size as this, and the rents are comparable.
Well, I know.
$58 for one for efficiency.
Well, I went over this.
Can be as low, Bill. When they get the government subsidies, they give old people.
It depends upon the income of the person who's getting in the facility. It can be as low as 15% of his income on the low side of the scale, or as high as 25% on the upper side of the scale. And the rents can range for an efficiency apartment for as low as $46 a month for somebody who doesn't have much income. And then they can go on up to, well, if somebody were wealthy and were not entitled to a subsidy, this wealthy person, let's say, who had lots of money, could pay as much as $300 a month, but that would be based solely on their income. Most
that
people,
includes all utilities.
All utilities and everything else, and that would be on a one-bedroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, bath, with all the facilities and you know, places for therapy and places for social work.
Good enough.
And all that.
I didn't know.
And let me just add one thing more to that. Most people will fall in the range between $46 low to about $149 high, depending on income. And to get the $149, an elderly couple would have to have an income of better than $600. Well, there are credits that go against it. They get credits for certain medical expenses and other things, so it's not a true 25%. So they would have to have an income of $700 or $800 a month before they would come up to that $149 rent.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, Bill, if you stand by in the lobby in case we have any, I think probably. Roger, I guess the first thing we need to do is to have a financial report from the Unity Housing Corporation.
Okay, it's on the back page of the financial statement, and there is an error in as much as that top figure, the balance beginning of the period was 505.71 was not brought down.
Let's go to January, the latest one. Is that the one you want? That's the
Yeah.
one we should be interested in.
Yeah, that's an error,
That's
though, Red.
January 75
Right.
instead of 74.
Right, the latest.
Okay, the cash balance beginning of the period was 505.71. U.S. government savings bond, $5,000 for cash balance in the period, $5,505.
What I started to say a while ago was that for the benefit of those new members, a year ago, prior to a year ago, when this project was discussed, this executive board authorized $10,000 for seed money for this project. And these monies that are left in there are the balance from that $10,000. So Wilbur can take it from there, unless someone has some questions of me.
I didn't really know what Roger's saying, but I've already told these folks we didn't have $6,600, that the most we could put into it was what we had in there, because y'all were kind of tight on money, and I didn't know where Roger's gonna say we didn't need $1,500 more dollars or what, so I shushed him.
No, I was just
Well,
relating
like I
to
said, I
what
didn't
just
know.
did.
So what I really think is if we'll agree to go what we got in here, I can get them to put up the other $1,500, you know, and I've already kind of negotiated with them on it, and in that respect, and I didn't want Roger, or we negotiated with it, looked like it was going to be more than that. It looked like it was going to be probably as much as $20,000, be $6,600 3 times. And in talking with them, you know, because they need the work to keep some of these construction companies they got and some jobs going. And all the work will be done union. We've already specified that. We let the bids out, so we can let it to whoever we want to let it to.
And they've got a bundle already tied up in this damn
Mr. Chairman, let me say this, for the benefit, I'm sure that Roland and I and Henry are aware of the one. I don't know who sponsored this one in Wilmington, right at the foot of this new bridge coming across the Cape Fear. Pardon?
Solomon Towers, I think.
But that thing is one of the greatest things. I know some of our members, grandmothers that's living in there for $45. If it wasn't for that, they couldn't exist. And it is filled completely up. This thing, this is in Wilmington. It would go at this time if we could finagle or any way to use.
Barbara, don't leave. I'm going to tell you about one, that little teachers union out there in Louisville. The way I got interested in this little old teachers union didn't have 7 members trying to get started out there a few years back, and the firefighters went in, and they've already got a 20-story one built. It's 5 years old, and in 30 years they go own the building, and they ain't got 300 members between the two unions.
This one is a lifesaver there.
Buddy?
Also, Bevel, one of the churches in Bevel just got authorization, and they're under construction for 15-story building. They just got their.
But we want to move while the money is there and we can get it, and they seem pretty sure, and the guy that's going to do some of the signing off on this, I reckon Cousins knows him. The HUD department guy in charge of it is a black man that used to live in Durham, who's now the head of the whole region around Atlanta in charge of these housing. So I've almost been assured that it'll move.
What is the proposed site for this?
This one is in Durham, so we can monitor it, Doris. What we hope to do, because in Louisville, they've already got 3 with the state AFL-CIO in Kentucky, and they had applications in for 2 more, and I think one of them probably has been granted by now, the one in Bowling Green. And then the firefighters and the teachers got one, the automobile workers, they got about 10 in Kentucky alone. I wanted one in each central labor union area if we could get it. But while we're working on the first one, I wanted it close enough that I could monitor the thing and see how it was progressing and not get in any trouble with it if we could help it.
Well, I assume to get this loan, you would already have to have the land.
We've got an option on the land and the price, and it's been approved. Once before, we done had to go through a zoning fight. That was some of the money that we spent. We had to go through a zoning fight because we're out there in a real nice suburban area. They're just built a new county hospital within a mile of it. There's a shopping center within a quarter of a mile of it. The fire station is within. You have to have a fire station, a shopping center, a hospital. It's got to be on the bus lines. The bus lines run right by the property now. I don't know why in the hell I forgot it, just too busy I reckon, but we've got a picture of it in the setting that it had. Some of you may have seen it. We brought it to the board meetings a couple of times. It's ready.
Well, let me ask a question. Is this $6,666,000, that's the total cost of
That's the total
land,
cost.
building, and everything? Wasn't that thing, hadn't that thing gone up about, $2,200,000?
No, I think it's gone up,
I say-
about a little over $500,000,
I
Roger.
think it was 4.5 million the last time.
About
Of course, it ain't
five
gonna
point,
cost us.
yeah, 5.2 million, I think. Construction's gone up, you know, it's less than 10% increase what it was 3 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we, adopt this program, and also we, for whatever money we need to set aside to go with the 5,500 to go ahead and set it aside and proceed with the operation.
I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. Justine, you still, Cuz?
Why are you gonna amend it like this if you say you negotiate?
Well,
He gave him.
I know how to do that. I can work within the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on this question on this, I'd like to get one clarification here. Now, what are we saying now? I know what we've done in the past on this, been said here. What are we, the money was frozen? What are they saying now? The money is available and us to move on this, or we're gonna do sign the contract, move on it?
Well, the money is available and they're letting them out, and we just got to resubmit because they turned ours back to us when Nixon impounded the funds. We got the new submission here. All we got to do is sign it and get it done. Right.
Now, I understood you need 6,600 and $6.10 something, 6,600. We got 5,500 of it.
50, yeah. I know what, and your motion was,
Said we set aside whatever else we need, that we put it in that fund and do it. That's what my motion means.
that's right. And if I can get it done 5,500, that's all we can do.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we don't want nobody else putting in any.
And nobody but us is gonna put it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask this question. If we have to go that additional route, what fund does it come from now? We need
Some kind of general fund. General
No, it wouldn't be the building fund.
You've heard the motion. The further discussion? If not, the question's been called for. All in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it and so ordered. I reckon maybe that, I ought to go out and talk to him a little bit on these funds. I'll tell you
I
what.
think we should start signing this, there's 4 copies to sign initially.
John, if you, sign, I think he said over your name.
4
Sign
copies.
them and move them right along right there and sign over your name, everybody, and then
We can expedite this
we
thing
can do
and
that.
continue in our business at hand.
All right,
Will you get that motion made, Roger?
I want to send somebody out and excuse him, Wilbur, you talk to him tonight, we'll have a couple of drinks.
well, we really ought to,
Catching a plane, I think.
he's supposed to catch a plane at 5:18, but I don't know how the hell he can catch it.
What pages are names on?
Catch that plane 518, damn, he ain't going without his stuff, we gotta sign it. 4:30.
Let's send him in here 1 minute right quick, and then we can expedite this, I guess. Yeah, let's find those.
Is there only one place?
You got 4.
No,
One in each folder.
4 copies.
Yeah, 4
I tell you what I think we'll do so we can run. Bill,
Yeah.
if you got $1,500, you can rent us, we're gonna go.
Right there.
Red.
Sign right over the name. Yeah,
You can do it.
we're gonna give you the whole treasure. That's it.
Yeah, one signature to fold it out, except for Wilbur, who's got to sign several places.
John, if you will, leave it open and push it over here, we'll rotate this on you.
We don't want you to miss your flight. Don't run with one out of here.
Check with Holder what his motion
Kentucky today.
Ron Russell, Henry Gardner.
Let's line up and do it a little right.
Line up behind the man that I called your name. Henry Gardner and sign above John
Well, bring what
Russell.
you got.
J.W. Holder, follow John Russell. O'Nella, follow Bill Holder.
Your name is there somewhere.
Jim Adams, follow O'Nella.
Little Dave.
Doris Bishop, follow
Where's the other?
I'm gonna leave one holding right.
Jim Adams. Deborah Jackson, followed Archbishop. Justine, followed, Justine, followed Deborah. Penny's not here. And then you signed the way you were elected here, so Red.
I'm signing here.
You got to have Penny's signature, or I'll be with him Wednesday.
No, I think this will be enough.
Justine, followed Deborah Jackson.
No, I don't.
You get one on each page.
I'll tell you.
All right, it's Darsh, Deborah, Justine, and we'll come right here. I'll let you sign it, Darsh. Then you move over to the other one. They're on different pages.
20 years.
I signed 3, this will make my 4th.
You're right.
I think I'll stay out of the way.
Lloyd?
Give them all the money we got and hope for the best.
Why
Bill?
am I supposed to sign this? Four sheets. Why I can't sign my name?
One in each one of these folders.
No, see, only one of this.
See, each folder is
Have you signed this?
Sign this one.
Yeah, this is the original.
Where's I sign?
Where's your name? It's on the second page. See, these are the original.
Bill?
Yeah.
We got one member of the board that you ain't got on there. Is that,
Well, have him sign, there's some blanks at the end of the last page, and write his social security number on the one that I've got handwritten numbers on. I know, I thought there were, I didn't have everybody, that's what I was afraid of. That's why I wanted to get this done today.
Bill?
Yeah, now this is four, each of these is like one of those pages, each page one. Second page, okay.
I've signed 4 times, Bill. This one is okay.
This one of the 4? Yeah. Is everybody be sure to get this one, that is the original document over here.
You know, on the office staff, there's one person, and they got their record. And they all been paid. It's all on there. Nobody's ever going.
Everybody be sure to get this one over here. Now, if it's not on the first, yeah, you're on whatever page you're on. Did I not call your name out earlier? Okay. All right, okay, tell you what you all do. I've got I'll tell you what I'll
let's
do.
add these two on. Put them on there, because we're gonna put their name on the flag.
All right, look, tell you what you do. You sign your name here, and when you get to that one.
No, his is in.
You sign your name underneath here, and when you get in there.
It was probably requiring a little option.
What I need to know before, I'll better just this one. Yeah, I better give you one.
Well, they got them on one, they have them on the other.
What's
You got one right up there.
Yeah.
And Jar, we have zips on it. What's your zip code?
Boy, don't leave. Don't leave.
Hey, Lord, 1 second.
Okay. What's your name?
Place out of here that
He's not here.
What's that room number, Wilbur?
406.
Let's try 406 for us.
He'll ever come after me.
I'll tell you what, you better call him.
Gave me 265.
All right, go out and make a phone call. Just ask Lloyd first. And I'll be in room 109, John, through the key.
Lord, run out there and give somebody a quarter to call you on the phone.
No, right here with the signature.
That's right.
No, this is, each signature is.
That's the kind of billboard they got him reading for in here.
You know, boy.
What did they say about it down there, Ronnie?
Now, you sign right up there. You sign right. I see all the rest of them are signing. Sign right up. Just, I'm gonna have to squeeze it, so sign small under. Above the signature line, see, right under, and then do that now.
If they didn't call your name, I want everybody to sign this thing because we'll probably use this, may want to use this here for the plaque that we put in the lobby of the building. So I want everybody, if your name wasn't on the list, they omitted some of it, be sure to sign it anyway.
How many have we that we don't have here?
I got my part in my pocket.
Oh, I know my boots.
You do, but I mean a little more.
Everybody who's gonna sign, all sign above. Sign all the ones. Okay. Yeah, right.
I would. You said something just right. You said it just right, I would.
Where the extras?
When you sign, give me. How many extras more do I have?
Would you believe it? Unless you call my line, I couldn't tell you what it is. I never have. I
Just
don't.
give it to me, and I'll write it down.
We're gonna
I don't believe any of that either. Look, that's you. That's what Bill and I was speaking about earlier. We're convinced of what we were talking about. I'm gonna blow it, and he's gonna take it.
Okay, who else can you sign?
If that wasn't needable, I don't know what was. You just got to read the
Now, what I want you all to do is make.
And I made a comment, just
Let me get.
and each and every place is filled out.
Okay.
Running the filter and everything.
Where you sign that over?
And you're where?
know what I mean, Jelly?
Somebody's trousers burning or something.
I just walk on the back there.
No, I'm afraid you stuck that damn syrup in my coat someplace.
Gal come in today, she doesn't remember why he wasn't there. Carpet burned.
Roger. Now, you sign this one about CWA.
Now, if I get back in there with a 10, I can get you a true officer thing, because our election.
Right above this.
We'll have some people in our offices, some of it. Yeah. Just put your name.
Yeah. Okay, now, who's next? You get the other three. Sign them all out. Let's have this.
Y'all really big. No, I know it, but I'm saying, I'm talking about.
27. 6150.
You sign about
More aware.
Sure sounds. Okay, now I need another pen. Who's got a pen I can borrow? There's this one. Okay. Now let me get your name.
Now, this is I've even got all
You'll sign about where I got.
Well, this is, yeah, that's what I know. Because they think of this intangible, things that we have years. And it's creating problems. I had a plant.
Got the other three to sign like they're doing.
They are not.
Hey, Wilbur, if I can.
Barbara, what'd you have to do, look, protect your television, so security number one?
112.
Barbara, I didn't know you signed.
My name is Terry Wayne.
That one that you signed up on Wilbur's looking at now.
You have signed that, you
And this customary and everything, like sure, why he needed it. See, why did we lay him off? Because he was unpaid.
Terry.
But nobody knows my address. But I understand why. See, he's got cut.
Route 3 block. No, you were. Right. Hopefully one of these down there. I'm looking for zip code, you know, I've been trying to.
Is this it?
No, I can't tell you what name it is.
That's everybody.
She's on the way over here.
And I get all
I was waiting until they got through.
One more question. Chairman, can we get everything in order to get signed over here?
Did I call you out? You didn't call me out. I didn't call you out.
These are the other ones that
You
signed.
sign right up there. Let me get, yes.
Hey.
D-A-Y-E. All right now, red, red.
But you know, this is one thing that's gonna help.
I told you, he went off an old ugly
You know, the wind and this drives.
We need that in there.
All right, buddy.
What's dirt street?
Drinking on the job. Drinking on the job.
I ain't no job. I ain't no job. This is 10-minute break.
If I take one Florida, everybody in this crowd always did, didn't say.
Get this one first.
Again. I don't.
Yeah, we'll bring them all. I know it. I'm gonna take, I can take the 619 flight, that's all right. I'll take the flight.
Well, we probably could. Probably the time we got a part in here, we might be able to. I don't
Terrible, you
know.
can go forward. I'm signing.
Yeah,
this pen.
I signed that one, this one, that one.
Roger?
Two, 3, 4. Yes, I have. I signed all of them.
Well, she needs to stay here to keep finished. Why don't we, send her an hour?
You've got a pen like a
You let me
If you want to go to the kitchen.
What is this?
Yeah, I need some.
285. I got it now.
Well, yeah. You get it this time, I get it.
My zip code is 28560. Here, I didn't know it a while ago. I got it.
28560. 28560. Now.
Damn sure they rewrite it every year and make sure it gets
What do you want?
Roger, we don't have a checkbook out here for you to house. We have to move.
You better sit down, but I'm having your phone.
First rain will be in here just a minute. Be in here just a minute.
Bless your heart.
Christmas tree down, take the lights and everything. Children are 6 years
Hey, look, now everybody here that said they'd be here for banquet tomorrow night realizes that your facilities is sub-hit table, so we won't have to be running you down.
You always.
Well, what the?
Yeah, you signed off.
If, you notice we said if we're here, we don't.
I said if you're here.
No, that's the most place in the world. An old buddy, yes. One guy.
Hey, John, tell him to shut up, you won't cut him any more meat.
Now, wait a
I'm
minute.
gonna cut his phone off. I'm gonna cut his phone off. And you ain't cutting any more meat, so he's, he's without communication.
I still owe you one anyhow. Glad you, I don't know you spelled it. You caught this damn business, John, ain't no way out. Yeah, Bill, all right, well, then, sit down with the paper. How was that a bargain? Well, I'm there with you guys. Don't cut my way.
How much is it?
You know, when the continuous.
No, I think it's this way here.
Check it, it's signed.
Then if you did that, you'd have to dig something.
Wilbur, here's one you missed.
There, one or two delegates from here, or that shows that you have no concern, you know, by, it would have to be designated, by certain districts, you know.
I got mine.
That's got an original letter. Make sure this one's all recent. I may use your phone. Thank you.
Squared away, Bill?
Squared away, thank you.
Let us know when you're ready to start construction.
Will do. No.
Somebody got a nice gold pen that I'm about to acquire?
Henry.
Henry? Okay.
Who got mine? Hell,
Bill,
Yeah.
how do we make the check out?
Make it out to Samuel P. Isaac and Associates.
Samuel Isaac's
Samuel,
Associates.
yeah.
Come here,
I got
Roger.
the proper name, just put Sam Isaac.
Just like this letter. Copy, I'm leaving.
Somebody got Red's pen?
Let me see, there's a pen around here.
This is our copy.
Yeah.
Well, ain't no problem.
Yeah, I found it. Look it up. The only one I've ever had that I kept.
Coffee has been ordered. It should be here in a minute.
All right, let me make first an announcement. Roger's been out and he's contacted the Bordeaux Center, and they don't have but about 120 rooms,
102 rooms.
102 rooms,
Give us 75.
and they could only allow 75 of them, and it's not enough to hold a convention, so it's in order for the Royal Villa in Greensboro.
That's good enough to me.
All right. Been so moved, seconded. Is all in favor, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Unanimous. All right, Roger, you said under old business there was something else. What was it? Let me, the financial reports were referred to new business. Are there any questions on the December report?
There's some, no corrections were made.
Let me, on the December report, look on page 2, down at the bottom, and I may be wrong on this, Roger, but no, we made a contribution. We didn't receive one. That disbursement's contribution. That's right. That's okay.
The bill help.
Yeah. All right. Let me just say on the December report up there in the finances on the strike relief fund, as a result of a letter I sent out by these 2 boys that got put in jail for violating an injunction on a picket line, we got about $200 or $300 from our local unions in the state, but one of the guys carried it to the district meeting of the IUE, and they contributed about $4,000 because the boys were IUE members, but they wanted to run it through us and let us look after it to be sure the money was used properly and all. So the strike relief fund, which shows in December up there, and the disbursements were donations made to these 2 boys and their families who were in prison, and the last $200 was a disbursement, or these were to these boys and their families that were in prison. I think that completes the December thing. Is there
However,
a,
that fund has been wiped out now.
yeah, well, it shows on the next, I was gonna explain that on the next one. Is there any questions on the January report?
Jane is wrong at the top, they got 74 and 60.
Right.
75 is right. Change the 74 to 75. And I might make a comment there. A 460, what do we get, $416 wide subsidy? We don't show that in January. It wasn't approved until the latter part of January, but we'll get $416 from Coke for our WAD program that wasn't approved in time to get into the January report. I don't believe we got the check, but we got a letter saying it's been approved.
Well, there's another correction on that. At the bottom of the page, deduct taxes or the total disbursements down there. So that should be 25,735.70. I think it's typographical error. It's 25,37.70 is the figure that was on there.
What should it be?
25. Well, what it should be is bringing that figure down up there under disbursements. The total disbursement is 25,735.70.
But down at the bottom of the page where it was totaled up, there was a typographical error that showed 25,737.70.
735 instead of 737 there, the 25,735 instead of 7 on front page, last figure, 25,735.70.
You gotta correct it, you carry it back up.
I have a question. What is the difference in the OPEIU dues for December and January? Why the difference? 62.52 in December and 52.48 in
4
January.
week to 5 week period, probably.
I don't have any idea. All we doing is deducting the payroll that the union certifies, and I don't know why the difference.
It might be it's different in the number of weeks in the month.
Is it done by the week?
I don't remember how they used it.
What is just 6 cents difference?
No, one's 62.52 and the other is 52.48.
Seems like it's probably 1 week's difference.
It's $10.04 difference. I don't know what their weekly or annual or monthly dues are.
It may be on a percentage level, and some of them make more money. One of them was probably a 4-week period, and the other one a 5-week period. If you'll notice on page 3 of that, on that strike relief fund, all of the money which we didn't give to the people who were in jail or to the girl that was fired from a place out here in Raleigh, the region who gave us all the money, asked for the remainder of it back in a letter, and so we sent what had not been used for those people back to those people who had donated it. Is that what you wanted, buddy?
No, I got no question.
It's okay.
Question I have, and it may not be in order at this time, but I'd like to ask anyhow. About 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter to Roger inquiring some specific information to the effect of the North Carolina AFL-CIO sponsored Hawaii trip. And the letter that I sent Roger, I don't have my carbon, but I believe Roger has my original, requesting information on expenditures. As I understood, the trip had been canceled. And my specific questions to Roger were what expenses had been incurred by the North Carolina AFL-CIO, to whom, for what, and for what purpose. And I received a letter back from Roger with information on it, with a sum total of $783.83. And I don't understand where they're incorporated into this financial report.
What was it expended for? I don't know of any money expended.
Well, I have salary expense, Doris Leach, 100 hours, $4.40 for a total of $440. Brenda Burnett, 25 hours, it's 60 cents an hour, $15. Eugene Miller, 4 hours, $1 an hour, $4. Bulk cost of mailing, bulk mailing of brochure, $50. 750 pieces at 1.8 cents, $13.50. 6,000 pieces at 1.8 cents, $108. 1,000 pieces at 1.8 cents, $18. 750 pieces at 10 cents, $75. 83 pieces at 10 cents, $8.30. Paper costs 8,583 sheets at $3.68 per thousand plus 4% sale tax, $32.53. Printing costs, metal plates and paper master, $10. Long distance telephone cost to Hawaii, $9.50 for a total of $783.83. All of the figures quoted above are estimates, but they are as close to the actual cost as possible.
Buddy, I don't know how they were arrived at the figures. The only one that I do know there was a telephone call made.
Well, let me, since the subject's up, I have a copy of it.
I hadn't heard about, first time I'd heard about the letter was right then.
Well, the letter, let me read the letter then. Dear Roger, please send me any and all information to the planned North Carolina State AFL-CIO Hawaiian trip. The type of information I would like to have would be from the dollar and cent standpoint as to what amount exactly did the state spend in any manner on this project. This would of course include the cost of the labor, supplies, postage, and other expenses which the state body may have incurred. Please
Also, please advise me as to who the funds were paid and from what account of the AFL-CIO they were taken from. Any other information on this subject that you would give me would be appreciated. Again, also, from a dollar cent standpoint, give me, if you can, the exact figure in red or black that the state AFL-CIO occurred. Thank you in advance, Buddy Kimmel. And he just read off to you what I sent, and the information, the way I derived at the money. I went to Doris Leach and I asked her, and I told her, and just give me an approximate, because nobody can tell how many hours anybody might have spent on any particular project around there. And the same thing was done through Brenda Burnett and Eugene. And those were the hours that were given purely as estimates. I have no way, I don't think anyone else does, the exact number of hours. But I asked them to give me in their opinion. And then I also talked with Doris Leach and asked her the type brochures that we sent out, or leaflets, or what have you, that might have been sent and how it was sent, and these type things to derive it to the cost of the mailing and the printing. All the money spent, to my knowledge, came from the general fund. And most of it would come under your category of general office expense, where the paper and mats and those type things would come from.
Salary would be listed in salary pay.
Right.
Postage and postage.
Postage and postage.
Right.
Well, my question on this is the expenditure. You know, the reason I brought this out is because I saw the ton of information that was coming out on this, and some local.
How much information, buddy?
Well, I have samples of everything that was sent. One sample per everything, and I was questioned about it. So I was very curious. And then when I found out that the trip had been canceled, I was just curious. Well, if the trip was canceled, did we lose any money on the deal? Of course, speculating that if the trip had gone on, we would possibly make money. But then I was curious to see, so I drafted the letter to find out what expense had we incurred since the trip had been lost. Then when I seen the financial statement that we had only $112.40, I was kind of upset to the fact that we had spent $783.83 for something that's just gone, because of a lost trip or whatever. Or would we have made money? Have we made money in the past, or has this been this type of loss? Have we incurred such a loss in on another trip?
How much did we make on the first trip, Roger? About $2,300, wasn't it? Even Buddy, best I can remember, on the first trip we made about, and I don't know whether this was the trip to Hawaii or the trip to Spain, but we made about $2,300 on one of them, and I don't know where I know what we made on the other one, but both of the other ones were successful, and we made money on them.
Well, I think this is true because I've heard this before, and I think it's been brought out to our attention we made money, but it's not brought out to our attention that we lost money. And this is why I bring it to the board, because we lost money. I'm not saying that we don't lose money every day somehow.
Well, I don't know that we've lost money yet, buddy. Of course, I don't know where we're gonna get anything out of it. We're still performing the service for those members who wanna go to Hawaii. While we didn't get enough members to go to Hawaii on a chartered plane, the arrangements have been made for those members to go to Hawaii, I think at a $18 or $22 additional cost, but that is included in it. They can go to the other islands, which cost us last time. If you wanted to go to them, it cost $90 for a special plane flight. They can now go, as I understand it, for $12. And if you want to stop off on the way back in San Francisco, yes, sir. Want to stop off in San Francisco or any of these other places, you can stop off at no cost to you. Plus, there's a package there of 2 nights at a motel and 3 days in Las Vegas for $29.95. And there's something over 50 members who are still participating in the thing. So, whether it's a complete loss or not, I don't know. But overall, we've made more money than we've lost. By about 5 or 6
For example, in this, $459 worth of salary, of course, and I've heard it many times from the chair and other people in the staff, you know, that, we have lots of work, a lot of projects and everything like that. Of course, we're speaking of only 129 man hours. 129 man hours to do a lot of constructive programs within the state, within the legislation. I know all work and no play makes John a very unhappy boy. But preparing for all pleasure and no work for 129 hours to come out in a deficit of $783, I think is bad in some light.
Well, all I got to say, buddy, is that first 2 trips we put on were successful. We made about $4,000 on them. Our people, and there's Terry, you can get up and tell them what you thought of the trip, and I don't know your opinion, but I think our 260 people who went to Spain and went to Hawaii enjoyed hell out of it. The economic conditions that we got now, when we started this, we couldn't foresee. I don't look on it as a loss myself. I think, it's I look on some of our legislative program. All the time I've spent over there trying to get repeal of sales tax on food and agency shop, I look on it as money invested now. Because I didn't get it, I don't think it's a total loss. Because I hope we're doing what we're trying to do. If the body, wants to put the foot down and say no more of this, you can do it. But I think, we're a victim of the economy. We would have probably made $2,000 more or more if the economy hadn't turned like it did. And I can't take responsibility for that. I really think the cost there is a little higher than it really was from what I've seen people do over there on the trip. And you talked about a lot of first-class mail there. I didn't authorize any first-class mail to go out, except to the central bodies one time. If there was any other first-class mail went out, it went out without my authorization. Terry?
Wilbur, I'd like to say that the trip to Spain is the only one I went on, and I think it was very, very beneficial. There were about 260 of our members got a chance to go to Spain that probably never would have went had it not been for that. And the fact of just putting these brochures on the bulletin board gives the union a little recognition, and people know they got it available for them if they can make it. And like you say, there's sessions for this. A lot of people don't have the money, but according to my wife, if the trip to Germany goes through, I got to dig it up. Don't she's go on by herself, and I got to go to that chaperone or somewhere. I think if the trip to Germany goes in, I'll go.
Dodge, you and Weaver went. If y'all want to make any comment, pro or con?
Well, I enjoyed both trips very much. Of course, as you know, I was very unhappy about the facilities in Hawaii, or the difference in the facilities, I should say. I paid just as much, or Lonnie and I paid just as much as the rest of them, and as you know, we were so unhappy, we raised Cain when we finally got our rooms changed. First time we went in, there wasn't room enough in the room to even turn around. And when we got our room changed, we were very well satisfied and thoroughly enjoyed the trip. But there were several people in the group who had what you might call a suite. And of course, that was just facilities at the hotel, I realized that, but I do think there was too much difference in the facilities that were given to the members who went in a Hawaiian trip.
Well, I don't.
If we have a Germany trip, I'm going.
Well, the hotel's got so many rooms, and they gave us suites, and in fact took us across town to another hotel and gave some of them apartments, a block away for the same price. I can't complain.
One thing that I have had some complaints about from members at home that went, I understand. I don't know whether there was any truth in it or not. I didn't run it down because nobody gave me any truth in it, but I understand that there were several gratuity seats on the Hawaiian trip, and that's all right. In the Spain trip, and that's all right too. But I think they should be limited, and I think union members should have a choice.
When I tried to promote this thing,
well, wait a minute now.
My people up there, I come up with the same thing.
Well, now.
There was too many free trips last time that they had for anything. The expense of them was borne by the other members that went.
paid their $499 or whatever the hell it was.
I don't know of anybody you're talking about who went to Hawaii.
The Hawaiian trip was the one that was specifically mentioned. As I say, they gave me no proof of it. All I can do is ask.
Well,
There was a lot of talk on the Spain trip.
on the Spain trip, there were 10 seats that were, when we try, in order not to lose any money, we try to have 10 seats that might not be sold. Because if you charter a plane, you say it's $50,000, and it's $1,000 a piece, and you sell 47 seats, you're $3,000 short. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to go back and charge the people an additional $3,000 to make it up. So what we done on the Spain trip was to give, there were 10 seats, and we left 10 seats, and every one of the staff people in the office was offered an opportunity to go. They did. Some of them went and some of them didn't go. Then there were additional seats that were not sold out, and at the last minute there were some people, as I understand it, were offered to go for airfare or ground fare. Since the plane was going to go anywhere, these people, and I can think of 3, I believe, there may have been more, that were offered to go at ground fare, and one of them, as far as I'm concerned, was legal, because one of them was Doris Wilson's daughter, who Doris said, I can't go, but I'd like very much for my daughter to go, and we had the seat. The plane was going to fly. It was paid for. I okayed it. The other 2, which I didn't know, was a person who was a friend of Art White's from Virginia, and Joe Scoville, who worked around our, was Joe working for us then, Roger?
I don't think so.
He either was working for us or working for the Service Employees Union out of our office, and I didn't know he was going till I got to Spain, because I didn't get to go with the trip. And I did raise some hell about it, but when I was given the explanation that we got the seats, and if they paid the ground fare, he didn't see nothing wrong with it, so the only thing this was decisions by Art White, the only thing I said is in the future, clear those damn things with me. Now, as far as going to Hawaii, I don't know of anybody that went that didn't pay. If you got any proof on that, I'd like to have.
As I say, the proof wasn't given to me.
Or any names.
Did you pay?
Huh? No, I didn't pay. Yeah, I went. And I worked on the damn thing, and I represented them.
Hope I say something. We've already heard talk, and I did not prompt Buddy, as it may or may not appear on this subject. He called me by telephone, and I asked him to give me a letter in writing, this information, which he did, and I responded to his questions the same way that I would any other request that came to me, a member of this executive. To the best of my ability, I did that.
Well, what happened first was I called Doris and told her I want some information about Hawaii. She said, you gotta talk to Roger or Wilbur. I says, I wanna talk to Roger, and then you told me to put it right.
But we're talking about losing money and making money. I don't know why, if there's additional seats that aren't sold out on that plane, if those people that fill those seats can't pay the rate and consider that profit or give a rebate to those people going. It is true. I, as a member of that staff, was offered a seat on both of those planes to Spain and to Hawaii.
Free?
Free. My position then, and it was, and it will be always, that I make $18,500 a year, and it ain't right for people that work in these textile mills and garment factories and other places pay for me a paid vacation. That's my own personal feelings. I never intend to take one as a free. And that's strictly my position. And I have, traveling through the state, I've been asked some of these same questions. And I'm asked so many that I just happened to read an article in the paper, in the Raleigh paper, and it went out all over this state. The same Hawaii trip, our trip, $499 by the same international travel group, was asking and soliciting
people outside the labor movement to go, which I'm not objecting to that. But I look at another ad right under that same one in the same issue of the paper with Circle Tours, which has a price of $489, and it also gives you a 1-day car rental over and above what is under our trip for $499.
Doesn't say plus tax there, Roger, too. You looked at the prices is higher in that ad than they are in ours.
Well,
and we are getting a little more in our trip than's advertised in that trip, although it's the same price.
International Travel Group offering the same package that was offered to us to a non-union activity?
No, actually there are 2 extra built-in features like the last dinner and stuff that were in our trip that were additional to what he's advertising in that package.
Well, personally, I thoroughly enjoyed the Spain trip and also the Hawaiian trip. I have no gripe whatsoever to get this cleared up.
I don't knock either one of them, and it's great for the people who want to go, but I don't think it ought to be a money-making proposition to our organization on our members.
If it's a consumer-oriented program, let's keep it that way.
All right, I'll tell you, I get fed up when when you try to service these people and you do something, and because you build in so there won't be a loss like Buddy's bringing up here, you build in that there would have been a loss on the Spain trip had we not said it. Now the money for Spain and for 7 days and 2 meals and several other things over there was $329. Now, I didn't get to go on the Spain trip because they brought the minimum wage back out down here, and I had to fly back down from Washington and get the minimum wage bill passed. They brought it back out and touched another date on it, and I stayed 3 days down here arguing. Well, as a result of that, the company that chartered the plane offered to buy me a ticket and fly me over there. And I flew over there on their plane. Now, just going over there cost $729, not counting no room or nothing, just airfare. Now, I feel like if our people can get a plane over there and back, and a hotel for 7 nights, and 2 meals a day, and several other little trips for half of what the airfare is over there, that it's a damn good deal. And that anybody would not complain about it. Now, if y'all want to say charter a plane, and if we don't get the 200, then the state AFL-CIO will pick up the other 50, that's something you can do. Or if you want to say don't advertise the damn thing so you don't get anybody, you don't. But I'll tell you right frankly, those people who've been on this trip enjoy the damn things. If you don't want to go, don't nobody twist your arm to go. If you want to go, I think you can't beat the price. Like already is advertised now for the same price, but like I say, there are additional things in our package that are not in that package there. And
Mr. Chairman, I think we got more important business than this. I'd like to say, Buddy, he made his point, and it's well taken. I think just such as this, as mentioned here and here and here, is what is causing some dissension among our rank and file members in our parent organizations. Why, I won't say why they're not affiliated, that is not the reason. But this causes a discussion of different things. I think Buddy has well made his point, he got his answer, and I say let's move on to more important business than to sit here and discuss the past in the Hawaii. And this was a loss, we accepted that. We made it on the other, so let's move on to more important business.
That was my point, Mr. Chairman, that was the point I was gonna make. The issue is moot, it's happened, so let's move on.
well, like I say again, the trip is going to go. Some of our people are going to benefit from it. Those who want to go are still going to go. If they don't want to go, they get their money back. They don't have to take the remainder.
Let's move on.
If anyone has any questions about it later on, I'd be glad to talk about it. But I do think, when you go off and listen to these things, a lot of people don't know what they're talking about, and if they come to the people who've got the answers, they can get them. Is there, you said something else you had under old business, Roger, that needed to be brought up?
It was mentioned, to check with the banks and all that. The service charge with our bank is no longer in existence.
Good. And we can maintain the same bank.
Same bank with no service charge.
Good. I thought so.
And another point that ought to be brought out, which was convention action, constitutional amendment on changing fiscal dates. I've been notified by our accountant that this has been approved by the IRS, and the form's on the way for us to sign.
Good.
Is there any other old business outside of the committee report that anyone knows of? All right, well, let me see. Under new business, I was going to bring up the subject of the black staff person, but I guess, did we put off the financial things? Let me just very briefly go through what I'm trying to do again. And that is, I'm trying to get an agreement out of the A. Philip Randolph Institute and out of Coke that all three of us go in an equal amount and hire a black staff person to work with the state AFL-CIO and the A. Philip Randolph Institutes and the Front Lash and the other black community groups. And my proposal in discussing it with them has been so far that we go in, and this was before January the 1st, that we go in on a $6,000 a year basis. Each of us contribute $6,000. Now, since 2 months of this year has gone by, that's 20%. So we could cut out 20% of $18,000, which would be $3,000. So if we go in now, instead of being $18,000 for the rest of this year, my proposal is that we authorize an expenditure of up to $5,000, provided we can get this kind of matching grant, which will enable us to go on. And I'm willing to even move faster than saying we wait for their time, because I've been promised by some international unions that they would chip in some money to help in a situation like this. So I guess really what I'd like to say is that I would like to see an authorization made by this board of $5,000 to hire a black staff member to work in the black community and to work with our A. Philip Randolph and our other groups that we got working around the state. And that's a recommendation from me as president of the organization.
Mr. President, I have one question.
All right.
Who's gonna cover expenses for this person?
The $18,000 will cover salary and expenses.
Salary and expenses.
Right.
Do we have that type of money?
I think we do, Barbara.
I make a motion, Wilbur, that we table this till after we take up the committee's report on the salary structure for both you and Roger.
Is there a second to that?
I second.
And duly made and second that this point be tabled until we take up the discussion on the salary structure for me and Roger. All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, so ordered. All right, I guess next order of business then is that the committee report on the salary structure for me and Roger. I think, John, are you going to explain what we agreed on before the board meeting started?
Yeah.
If you want to do it.
You go ahead.
Well, one of us ought to do it.
Go ahead.
All right. Since this is evidently going to be some differences of opinion and some discussion on it, I met with the committee prior to coming back in from the luncheon session, and I propose that we divide this part of the discussion up into three methods. Number one, there would be a report by the committee. And then two, that I'm going to have something to say on it. And I expect what I'm going to say is going to provoke some disagreement. And that probably Roger will have things to say. And then I propose that there be a 5-minute rebuttal be allowed both the committee, myself, and Roger prior to getting into any discussion by the board on the situation. and the committee accepted that, and so the agenda will be, first, report of the committee. Second, as much as 15 minutes for my presentation if I desire that long. As much as 15 minutes for Roger's presentation. And then 5 minutes for rebuttal by the committee, 5 minutes for rebuttal by me, and 5 minutes rebuttal by Roger. And then the board can discuss it as long as they want to before they vote on whatever motion they desire to vote on. I started to say we didn't make any agreement on what motion, but I guess the committee's recommendation will be the first thing voted on.
Just a minute, Mr. Chairman and board members, we met as authorized by the board to discuss this question of raises for Brother Bogus and Wilbur. And very frankly, it was a rough and tough job. You know, it's always a good job when you got a lot of money to spend. When you haven't got money to spend, it can become a very touchy and very sensitive issue. Now, we've got a written report that Brother Holder is going to give. He's given everybody a copy so they can see it clearly. But we want to point out that when we got into this meeting and began to dig into the income for the last 4 or 5 months, as well as the disbursements, it became with us not a question then of how much we should give, but whether there's anything to give at all or not. Because if you take a good look at the expense sheets up from October up to November, December, and January, you'll find that total disbursements compared to total income exceeded the income by, I think, about $11,000 bucks. Now, I don't know whether that's going to be indicative of what's going to happen in the future. We've got some real problems. There may be quite a decrease in membership because of the unemployment situation. We don't know this, but we do know that as of now, we've been losing money, and we've been losing since the per capita tax went to 30 cents per member per month. So we took all these things into account, but as trade unions, we also took something else into account, and that was that we can't expect Roger and Wilbur to bear the brunt of the same inflation that all of us does without doing something for them, even if it was borrowing on the future. As long as they're officers in this union, as long as they perform their tasks in the proper fashion. So we authorize the amount that you will hear in the report with our tongue in our cheek, understanding that we may be proposing something that we just can't pay unless the affiliation program that Wilbur talks about comes through properly, and unless we're able to get many local unions that are paying less than their full share per capita to pay that per capita. We have this report, Bill's going to give it to you, and we're going to recommend, of course, that it be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you will, you just read along with me. The board members appointed to the committee were John Russell, Jim Adams, and Bill Holder. The committee met on February 12, 1975. Jim Adams was unable to attend due to a death in his family. President Hobby appointed Lloyd Byrd to meet with the committee. President Hobby met with the committee and made recommendations in writing. The recommendations made by the president were sent to each board member. At the same time, the committee's recommendations on salary were mailed. The committee asked several questions regarding monthly income and monthly expenditures. Time and availability of income and expenditures at the committee meetings did not furnish the committee with knowledge it needed to really make a justifiable recommendation. However, the committee realizes that an officer's raise is justifiable. The committee could not agree with the recommendations of the president. The committee feels that a $1,500 difference between the president and Secretary of Treasury is a gap that is wide enough. The information requested from the president was supplied forthwith, and upon closer examination, we found that from January 1, 1974 Through December 31, 1974, the organization's expenditures exceeded income by $2,896.63. Their total income was $196,495.04. Average monthly income was $16,374.58. Total expenditures $199,391.67. Average monthly expenditures were $16,614.30. Average monthly expenditures over income was $239.72. Upon further examination, the committee found that the expenditures broken down are as follows. Wages, $91,867.35. Car rental, $7,488. Gas and oil, $8,558.27. Social Security, $4,342.63. Workman's compensation, $75. Unemployment insurance, federal, $177.15, on the state, $140.09. Health and life insurance, union labor life, $7,103.52. Blue Cross, $980.64. Convention and conference expense. Receipts of $8,352.23. Expenditures of $17,237.15. The convention and conference receipts are reflected in total income, as are the expenditures in total expenditures. The following expenses include in-town per diem, out-of-town per diem, and lodging for all employees. Lodging, $3,558.81. In-town per diem, $5,701. Out-of-town per diem, $9,925. A total of $57,154.46. It showed $157,000. No, it sure ain't. Okay, just knock off that $100,000 on each one of them.
It should be 57,000. Should be 57,154.46.
Now this is all this over here together. See, you don't have a total of this other. See?
157,000.
Right.
That's everything you got up to that point.
That's everything up to that point.
All right.
Okay. The $157,154.46 is total employee expense for 1974. 74 income, $196,000. 74 employee expense, $157,000. After looking at the January 1975 balance of $112.40, the committee admits that we don't know where the $250 per month recommended wage increase for the President, Secretary, Treasurer will come from. The committee met again Sunday, March 2nd, 1975. Present were John Russell, Jim Adams, Lloyd Byrd, Bill Holder, and they further examined the entire situation. In light of our annual income and expenditures, the committee recommends the following. 1, a finance auditing committee of 3 be elected from the executive board by the executive board. 2, the committee shall have the authority to examine all vouchers, all bills, and all other expenditures and receipts that they deem necessary. 3, the committee shall make a written report each quarter of all receipts and expenditures to the executive board for approval. 4, the committee shall make recommendations of change, if any, to the executive board each quarter for approval or disapproval. The committee shall have authority to audit all receipts and expenditures. The committee shall have authority to recommend a total budget for all expenditures to the executive board for its approval. Upon request of the chairman of the committee, the officers and staff of the state AFL-CIO shall cooperate and make available to the committee any information requested concerning receipts of income and disbursement. Mr. Chairman, the committee moves the adoption.
I assume you're gonna second that, John. Somebody on the committee?
Second. Bill, let me say you're also including the original recommendation of $1,500 each.
Yeah.
Well, number one, let me say on the $1,500 each, if this board decides today that I'm not worth more than Roger is for my work in the past year, and I am refusing the $1,500, and you can save it. I will refuse it and not take it. That's number one. Number two, I'm gonna lay it out pretty damn plain. And I'm not laying it out on a personality issue, or I'm not laying it out on any other basis than what ought to be done is right. Roger gave me a report last night, which I assumed all the board members got. Did you get a package this morning? Did all the board members get it?
No.
Only the committees.
Well, let me explain that.
Well, that's all right. That don't make no
Well,
difference.
if it's going to become a personal issue, let me explain it.
All right.
This committee requested, through Doris Wilkinson, certain information to provide them where they could make a further study. Wilbur decides that Doris doesn't have time to do this, and he gives me a memo and asks me to do it, and I did it. And I was also asked by that same committee to be present at their meeting yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock at the office. And I might add that a kit was prepared for you, thinking you would be there too, Wilbur, and you weren't there. but you
Nobody
did.
asked me to be there. No member of the committee asked me to be there, and the secretary didn't ask me to be there, and it was made pretty plain to me at the first meeting I ought not be there, and I didn't stay. And yet, you participated in part of that committee meeting, as did the secretary in the office, and I was told I wasn't needed. I resent that. If somebody's gonna be there, I got as much damn right to be there as anybody. And I don't blame any of the committee. It was an oversight, I'm sure, but it was a damn important oversight to me, because it hurts my feeling bad for you to say that I'm not needed and then other staff members are needed to talk about an organization that I do more work in than all of them. And I take that report, if the committee got it, I take it because Roger made it. And in it, he did an analysis of what he wanted there, and he gave expenses and per diem for Hobby and for Bogus, and I assume they're correct. I'm going to take the figures as correct.
Nobody has a copy of that except the finance committee.
Let me just point out, I'm taking their figures, not mine. But on the expense and per diem, the expense and per diem for 1974 will show that Wilbur Hobby worked 364 days for this organization. The same report compiled by Roger will show that Roger Bogus worked 282 days, which means that Wilbur Hobby put in 82 more days in 1964 for this organization than did Roger Bogus by Roger Bogus's own report. And that's number one. Number two, Wilbur Hobby puts in an average of 14 hours a damn day for this organization, 7 days a week, every week this organization runs. I estimate that Roger puts in approximately 9 hours a day, or less. I estimate if you do it on a 7-day week that I work 100 hours to 105 hours, and that Roger works 50. And Roger's going to have a chance to rebut this if he wants to. But the 82 days in itself is one thing. The other thing is that this organization says that it can't see where the gap is. Well, the gap has got to be there for the part of my report which said, number one, the responsibility. I have the responsibility of running this organization. And although some people don't think I run it very well, I run it for 100 hours a damn week as best I can with what I've got to work with. And I must say to you that I don't think Roger's fulfilling his job as Secretary-Treasurer. And I've tried to stay away from this because I'm talking about a man that belongs to the largest affiliated international in the organization. And I don't want to start no fight. I took an organization that was split asunder 5 years ago, and those of you who are in it know it. And I didn't want to be the man to split this one apart. But I also believe, damn it, right is right. And when a man works for it, he ought to be there. And what really hurt me, I guess, more than the damn money, because I don't need the money that much, is the appreciation. There seems to be a lack of appreciation and the willingness to criticize now. I was hurt at the last board meeting when 4 people voted yes and nobody stood up to vote no on tying my hands, really, on the type of legislative program. My confidence really has been destroyed because I don't believe the board has a proper confidence in me anymore, and I hate that. But I want to just say about 3 or 4 things. I put out a memo, and I got some memos here I want to put out to you people out there. I put out some memos to Roger and to the rest of the staff. One of those memos were in regards to office policy, and it read, if you would, I'd like to have every board member have one of my stuff. Give me one of them to read. This not only went to Roger now, this went to every member of the staff. Roger, Pat, and Chris, and Ronnie.
Go ahead.
And I ask in that, and I'll read it to you, because as president of the organization, I thought I needed this information. And this is, I call to your attention, the last day of January of this year, last year really. Effective for the weekend in February the 1st, all staff members are to fill out the attached new report on a weekly basis, both sides. This form is to contain pertinent information on a daily basis that will give me the 5 W's: what, when, where, who, and why. Extreme detail is not required, but I do expect each staff member to give a fairly comprehensive report in the space provided for their activity on a daily basis. I am aware that this is not a popular plan, but when I receive reports that contain only 4 or 5 words for a complete day's activity, I am unable to determine what is being done, where we stand, or what needs to be done. I expect to review these reports each Monday morning, and we'll use them to plan our work ahead, both on a weekly and a long-range plan. I want to pass out an assortment of Roger's reports. Billy, will you? Roger, don't think that I have the right, I don't believe, to tell him what to do. Jim, will you pass out some of these? These are all a little bit different. They are not all the same. Put one on the table of each one of those, because I didn't Xerox them all. If I'm going to direct this organization, I need to know some of these things that I ask about. And I don't get them. Jim, here's one more if you'll pass it out.
Same day.
Same thing?
No, just pass everybody one of those, I guess. After receiving those reports for almost a year, and after having written Pat Wingler a little memo and Chris a little memo last week, I wrote another one to Roger, another memo, and here's a copy of that memo, Billy, if you'll give it to everybody. And that memo said to Roger, in reviewing your weekly expense report, I have been unable to ascertain exactly what kind of activity you're engaged in. I would appreciate your weekly activities report to show a little more detail in regard to your activity. When you're not in the field working, I feel that you should maintain the same office hours that I and the rest of the staff do. After all, when we work from 9 to 5 with an hour off for lunch, it is only a 7-hour day. In a 5-day week, this means the office is only open for 35 hours. I do not feel that this is too much to ask from you or any of our staff at the salaries that are now being paid. I must report to you that on a vast majority of the time, Roger gets in the office from 1 to 5 o'clock on Monday and leaves most of the time between 10 and 2 on Friday. He does appear at some of our weekend schools and institutes and meetings. But this has a very bad effect on the rest of the office staff too, because they know that Roger makes almost twice as much as they do. Now, I called Bill Holder about 4 weeks ago when I got a little bit upset when Roger didn't do something that I had asked the secretary to tell him to do, and she informed me when I asked her after that Roger said he'd do it Monday. When he left to go home about 1:45, come in and said, "I'll see you Monday," and I said, "Okay." And then I remembered about 5 minutes later that if he did the per capita reports, which I had asked be gotten out because funds were low, that he did them damn fast. So I ran out to catch him and ask him, and he's already gone. And I asked the secretary, she told him, and she said yes, and he said he'd do them Monday when he got back. Well, you know, these are things that ought to be done. And all of us need to carry our share. I want to be perfectly damn honest that in the last 15 days, I've worked till after 12 o'clock, either on the road or in that office, including last night, when I left the office and didn't stay there during the meeting, but went back at 7 o'clock and worked till 12. Got back up at 6:30 this morning and worked there till 20 minutes till 11. When I left to come over here, everybody in that office had worked just as hard as we could preparing this material for you, and I hadn't seen Roger. I hadn't seen Roger. This affiliation report, which I think is vitally interested, I gave a memorandum to Roger on June the 18th of last year, after promising the Central Labor Unions that I'd have this information to them in 2 weeks after the meeting in Wilmington. I gave Roger a memorandum and asked him to get it together. And Billy, if you will, pass a copy of it out. The memorandum says, please complete the update of the CLU register as soon as possible in order that we might send it to CLUs as promised at recent conference. Please take the latest register of North Carolina unions, make check mark in front of each local affiliated with the state AFL-CIO, put X in front of the check if our records show this local is currently in computer, put O in front of the check if cards are in our hands but have not been sent to the computer, Xerox enough copies for the NCAFL-CIO staff, all CLUs, and all executive boards. When that was not done, on August the 5th last year, and Billy, you can pass this one out too, I made another request to Roger. Due Monday, 8/5/74. Roger, I previously requested you to update the list of affiliated and non-affiliated locals so we could send them to CLUs. This was over 2 months ago, and we promised the local Central Labor Unions we would send them a list within 2 weeks. And I underline, I want to get them out this week. Card file is of affiliated locals. Compare it with list of affiliated locals and correct if necessary. Add additions also. If local union has affiliated, take it off. Unaffiliated list. Add any known unaffiliated locals to the list with or without address. To this date, that list is not complete. I have given you today as much of it as I could give to you by working with Curtis Bullock off and on for the last month to get it done. I think that these are two. I'm going to give you one more example where I think Roger has visibly failed in this respect. The other one is this damn computer program is about to run me nuts. It's terrible. And after sitting and meeting with Roger and Pat and Ronnie about a month ago, and I couldn't find that memo in my office this morning, I asked Roger and Pat and Ronnie to meet, and to meet as long as it was necessary, and to get together the information on how we ought to do this computer program, to put it down in a comprehensive report for me so I could look at it and add or delete or take away or whatever is necessary to make it a workable program. Because it's a damn bunch of mess right now. And we are spending, buddy, you think we're wasting money there? Sometimes I think we're spending millions on that damn stuff. But I know it's the answer. About 3 weeks later, when Pat and Ronnie were down for a staff meeting, I asked them to come in and I wanted to hear the report. I hadn't been given the report. And so I asked Roger if he had the report. He said, yeah, it's in there on a yellow page. And I said, well, get it. And he brings in a yellow page. It's got about 5 little phrases of about 3 words each on them. And I said, well, Xerox it so we'll all have a copy. And the damn thing, I mean, it ain't comprehensive. It ain't a report. It's just a few damn phrases there. Now, if this board, and I didn't want to bring this stuff up, but it hurts me to work 12 hours a damn day, 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then this board tell me, or this committee tell me that me and Roger's worth the same thing. Now, I made a report, and I made a report that I thought was fair. I was hard put to recommend a raise to Roger. I just didn't want to be put in the light that I was the kind of guy that wouldn't make a report. But I think, and what I'm saying here, I don't want to leave this room. I imagine it will leave this room. But I want it to stay right here in our confines. But I think you have a right to know this. You are taking over a lot of the duties that I have, and that's your right and prerogative. And you're writing all kinds of guidelines. And you're not here but 3 or 4 hours every 3 months. And you don't know what goes on in that office. And you either, if you don't believe me, that's fine too. You vote just the way you want to. But the things that I'm saying here are the very truth. And I think I very well, I told Bill when I talked to him about it, and I asked Bill to talk to Roger. And I assume he did. Roger got in a little earlier for 2 or 3 weeks. I talked to Wayne Gray, and Wayne said he would talk to Roger. I didn't get to see Wayne till last week. So I don't know whether he's had the opportunity to talk to Roger, but I made it very plain under these kind of circumstances that I didn't expect to run as a team with Roger next year unless there was a big change in the way Roger's work habits were. And I say all of this to you, that I think y'all know what kind of work I do. I didn't want to have to draw this comparison. I'm told that I toot my horn too much. Well, I do it because of several reasons. And one of it, like I say, is I like to be appreciated by you. And I think that this is the damn slam in my face and little appreciation. The recommendation I made was that I be paid what an area coke director paid, which was what I was making when I came to this organization. It has already cost me in excess of $10,000 to have taken this job. I think that when some organizers in this state are paid $32,500, that it's not too much to expect to pay me $24,500. And I don't think that I should be compared to the Secretary of Treasury in this kind of case. Roger, the chair is yours.
First of all, I don't I don't write a bunch of memos. I find it a little bit hard to conceive the necessity of writing memos when you share offices close enough you can talk between the walls. Don't nobody do anything around that office but Wilbur. You've heard him speak before. He just read you he referred to in the very beginning about the report that I prepared. Here's the memo he wrote me. The committee appointed to the last meeting of the Executive Board met yesterday in recess until 4 p.m. March 2nd. The committee requested the following information through Doris Wilkinson. Doris does not have time to break down this information as requested. Therefore, I'm asking you to comply with the committee's request. The committee has requested the following information. Total figures for January 74 through December 74 and average for the year. Breakdown was expenses and per diem, breakdown in town and out of town. Car allowance, gasoline, salaries, Christmas bonus, motel rent, convention conference expense, insurance breakdown, workman's comp, health, life, state, federal, unemployment, share of FICA. Well, the figures, the hours he was quoting, yes, I took from that. And I'd have to say that everything that's on my voucher, I'll stand by, it's honest. I do not pretend, I'm not saying that Wilbur lies on his voucher, but I've seen some things on there that makes me pretty damn suspicious. He also referred to another memo about the weekly expense report, which was dated on February 17th. I responded to a memo. It's the only memo I ever wrote since I've been in office. It's going on 4 years, and I'd like to read it to you. Because like I said, I didn't know things were going to get down to this. It's not my way of doing things. I have never, since I've been in this job, nor prior to, have I ever said one thing derogatory or one thing against Wilbur Hobby in any way stretches the imagination. And I've been asked and prodded, and people try to get some of that out of me. I have not done that. And I hope you don't take what I'm saying here today as that, because I don't like these type of situations. But here's my response to his memo. I find it rather difficult to reconcile the things you say and the things you do in regard to the everyday workings of this office. You continually state how busy everyone is in this state, but there seems to be time for you to take your time and other employees' time to dictate and type office memos, which it seems to me could better be done by face-to-face discussion. I personally feel that your method is a tremendous waste of time unless you do it to build a record against the individual employee to which it is written. And if that be the case, while I don't subscribe to the method, I will endeavor to oblige you with memos rather than discussing these things as I feel need to be discussed. In regard to your question about my weekly activity report, no, I do not go into detail. If I am in the office to tell you how many telephone calls I take, or to whom I talk, nor do I tell you how many envelopes I might stuff in a particular mailing. Furthermore, I don't feel it's either necessary or useful. As to the office hours, I have never considered myself as having a 35-hour week, nor have I practiced such. I further feel that I practice the 9-to-5 workday in the office, contrary to your implications. On the subject of salaries, I don't recall at any time during my 3.5 years on this job of ever raising the subject of salaries, but I do feel that I show as much dedication to this organization as you or anyone else. It is obvious, I would assume to you and others, that I do not get on the soapbox and tell everything I do, neither I intend to in the future. I don't feel it necessary. In fact, I find it rather boring to hear someone continually toot his or her own horn. This practice seems to indicate a bit of insecurity. Wilbur, while I have always viewed the office of President and Secretary of Treasury as being a team, but I must admit that this has not necessarily been the case the last 3.5 years, which I have been privileged to serve as Secretary of Treasury. I honestly feel that I have attempted to serve with that intent, but I feel that you have shown a distrust either in me as an individual or in my ability to perform your way of doing things. I might add, I quite often disagree with you, But you must admit, I have discussed my differences with you privately, and on a couple of occasions when we couldn't get together, the matter was taken to the executive board, and I have always abided by their decision. What I am saying is that I want to work as a team. I will never withhold my opinion on matters where I have a strong conviction, now or in the future. I was elected by the people to express not only my opinion, but also their opinions as they expressed to me while I travel in the field. As I previously stated, I do not like memo method of communication, but if you choose that over the other means, I too will resort to that method. And that's my response to his memo. And I still say it's a big waste of time when you sit right there and it's supposed to be a team and you have to write each other little notes. I think it's right asinine. On the subject of vouchers, he printed you copies of my vouchers. I did not of any of his. I related or reflected on this report the information that was requested by that committee. If you go back and check his, you'll find many of his vouchers that don't have a word on it, on the back. So how can he prove or vouch for all the time that he claims on there? And you know, he made a statement last